All right, so I'm going to go on. Let's say 1 minute and 25 seconds here. 120, 115, 110, 105, 1 minute, 55 seconds, 50 seconds, 45 seconds, 40 seconds, 35 seconds, 30 seconds, 25 seconds, 20 seconds, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and blast off. Hello and welcome to Woodman Stadium on the campus of Greenwood High School. My name is Lex Zorn, and I'll be bringing you all the action as your number one ranked Plainfield Quakers challenge the Greenwood Woodmen in Week 5 of the Indiana High School football season. Well, last week, your Quakers played their first game since moving to their number one ranking, visiting the Perry Meridian Falcons in South Central Indianapolis. Plainfield scored rushing touchdowns on 5 of their 7 full possessions, all by Weston Wayrich, tying the school record for most touchdowns in a game, while Luke Starnes failed to score for the first time this season, but rushed for 210 yards. Meanwhile, the Quakers' defense did a good job against the Falcons on both rushing and passing. Plainfield won comfortably 35-12, moving to 4-0 and staying at number 1 this week. Tonight, the Quakers remain on the road as they visit the Greenwood Woodmen, a team that was one of the biggest turnaround stories of last year and has held steady this year despite being hit very hard by graduation. 2 years ago in the farewell season of head coach Mike Campbell, Greenwood went 1-9. But last year in the debut of head coach Justin Boser, the Woodmen improved to 6-6 and advanced to the sectional championship game. That was particularly impressive because Boser transformed Greenwood from one of the most rushing-heavy teams in the state to one of the most passing-heavy teams, a process that usually takes several years to be successful. After losing its starting quarterback, top 3 rushers, and top 3 receivers, the Woodmen's prospects for the season looked hazy. But Coach Boser has shown that his system works. His team is having moderate success while developing several potential stars. Greenwood is 2-2, having alternated losses and wins. They opened the season with a 23-20 loss to Seymour, followed by a 41-35 win over Indian Creek, a 50-31 loss to Martinsville, and a 40-27 win last week over Mooresville. Now, so far this season, Plainfield has rushed 168 times and passed 37 times, a ratio of 4.5 to 1. Sophomore quarterback Bryce Bonk has mostly been a game manager, playing very conservatively and efficiently. He's completed 25 of 34 passes, 73.5%, for 234 yards, no touchdowns, and no interceptions. His leading receiver is sophomore Ethan Ellis with 8 receptions for 105 yards, followed by senior Weston Wayrich with 4 for 47, junior Ryan Garver with 3 for 32, and junior Luke Starnes with 6 for 30. The Quakers do a vast majority of their damage on the ground, and they do a lot of it mostly by the 2 players who I previously called the lead actor and the supporting actor, but who I now call the 2 lead actors. Luke Starnes has 86 rushes for 724 yards and 8 touchdowns, while Weston Wayrich has 59 rushes for 349 yards and 8 touchdowns. Meanwhile, Greenwood has rushed 176 times and passed 62 times, a ratio of 2.8 to 1. Their starting quarterback is junior Aiden Hausman, who's completed 30 of 60 passes, exactly 50%, for 520 yards, 4 touchdowns, and 3 interceptions. His leading receiver is sophomore Benjamin Hommel, who has 7 receptions for 291 yards, an extraordinary 41.6 per reception, and 3 touchdowns. In addition, sophomore Davian Jones has 11 receptions for 194 yards. The Woodmen are the best rushing team on Plainfield's regular season schedule. Greenwood has a 3-pronged rushing attack led by junior gunner Rupert with 100 rushes for 762 yards and 7 touchdowns, followed by quarterback Aiden Hausman with 45 rushes for 296 yards and 7 touchdowns, and junior Anthony Scarmazzo with 30 rushes for 102 yards and 1 touchdown. Head coach for Plainfield is Tyler Bless, who's 10-4 in his second season with the Quakers. Head coach for Greenwood is Justin Bozer, who's 8-8 in his second season with the Woodmen, and 22-46 in his seventh season overall. He previously went 14-38 in 5 seasons as head coach at Clarksville. Well, at this time we'll take a brief pause for a few words from our sponsors, and then we'll be back with the opening kickoff. Plainfield Greenwood coming at you live under the Friday Night Lights. Next. This broadcast of Plainfield Quakers football on audiosportsonline.com is brought to you by the generous donations of our sponsors. We would like to recognize them, and we hope you will support them. They are Remax Centerstone, Julia Berberich, Gunnell Financial, Crone Family Construction, My IT Indy, Ryan Grimes, I-70 Wrecker Service and Garage, BGW Construction LLC, Legacy Motorsports, Crest Point Real Estate, Chris Pearson Selwith Jones, the Stewart Home Group, and Ellis and Associates. Thank you, sponsors. Your support for the student athletes of Plainfield High School is greatly appreciated. Well, back here at Greenwood, we're just a few minutes away from kicking off. We should have a particularly good crowd tonight because it is homecoming here at Greenwood. And in fact, they just called for everybody in the class of 1974 to report to wherever they're supposed to report to for their honoring. So much congratulations to the class of 74 on their 50th anniversary. I actually had to miss my 35-year class reunion this year because of the postponement 3 weeks ago with the Harrison game. I fully intended to come home that night from Tippecanoe County near West Lafayette and then go to my reunion on Saturday, but it just so happened that the game got delayed till Saturday. So, yeah, because of lightning, yeah. Like my son reminded me, the game was postponed because of lightning, so it was postponed until Saturday, so I had to miss my reunion, but it's okay. I got to see the Quakers and especially got to see a great Quakers come from behind fourth quarter victory. And, it's really interesting. The Quakers actually trailed in the fourth quarter of their first 2 games. In fact, they trailed Terre Haute South until there was 2:21 left and Stearns got the game-winning touchdown. And even then, Terre Haute South threatened to, come back. They got down to the Plainfield 28, then turned it over on 4 consecutive incompletions, but they gave it a good fight. Anyway, we should have, pretty well packed bleachers. Heck, 2 years ago, we had almost packed bleachers in the game here. It was homecoming that night also, and that was a 1-9 team. So now that Greenwood has improved a great deal these last 2 years, I'm sure we'll probably get even more of a crowd tonight. Right now, we have looks like we got about 75% capacity here on the visiting bleachers. So probably have between 1,500 and 2,000 Greenwood fans here, and then across the field in the visiting bleachers. And at that, we will pause for the national anthem, performed by the Greenwood High School Choir. thank you to the Greenwood High School Choir for that lovely a cappella rendition of the national anthem. And let's see, where was I? My son and I were just talking yesterday about the movie Pulp Fiction, a favorite of both of ours, a movie that celebrates its 30th anniversary next month. I think October 8th was the release date. And anyway, one of the classic lines from that is, "Oh, I'm sorry, did I break your concentration?" One of the many classic lines by Samuel L. Jackson in particular. Oh, my son said it was released September 23rd, so Monday will be the 30th anniversary of the release. But anyway, one of Samuel. Oh no, now he says October 14th. So anyway, regardless, this year is the 30th anniversary. But anyway, in that super, super, super classic Samuel L. Jackson scene where he confronts and kills Brett, one of about 12 or so classic lines Jackson says in that line is, "Oh, I'm sorry, did I break your concentration?" Well, it just so happened that the national anthem made me, it did break my concentration. It made me forget what I was talking about, but I don't mind. The national anthem is very special. And, now more than ever, we need to, love and do everything we can to restore America, fix the problems that we have. And there's a lot that's wrong with America, but there's also a lot that's still right with America. And we can use what's right about it to fix the wrong. And that's what we need to be working on right now. And so anyway, right now they're introducing the starting lineups here. And okay, what I was saying is that I think we have between 1,500 and 2,000 Greenwood fans here in the home bleachers. And then across the field in the visiting bleachers, we have right now about 100 Plainfield fans. And we still have a steady stream filing in there. Typically, if it's a game that's like far away, well, I mean, we usually have really big road crowds like at Decatur Central and Mooresville because they're so close, less than 10 miles away from Plainfield. Other schools, the schools further away, like Greenwood, probably about a 45-minute drive. It would normally be about a 45-minute drive from Plainfield under normal driving conditions, under 465/US 31 rush hour conditions. It's probably about an hour 15, an hour and a half. It took my son and I about 40 minutes to get here from Northeast Indianapolis. We got here a little over an hour before the scheduled kickoff. But anyway, let's see. Usually, most typical road trip for Plainfield about 250. We travel really well, especially when you consider that to go to a lot of these road games, assuming that you work until about 5. Assuming you don't get off work early, then you gotta you've got to you have to really get right on the road and then hope that you have good luck with the traffic, and it's really tough sometimes. And that's why it's not unusual to see the road crowd arrive late, not because you were screwing around, but because you just got caught up in traffic, even if you came straight after work. So anyway, it's been an unusually hot day considering this is the last game of summer. Autumn starts next week, I think on Monday or Sunday or Monday, I think. But anyway, this is the last game of summer, and it got to 90 degrees here in Greenwood today. Right now it's 85 under a mostly clear sky. The lights are on, but we still have a good bit of daylight left. And the sun will probably set sometime, mid to late second quarter. And I'll tell you, last night to prepare for this broadcast, I listened to a good chunk of last year's Greenwood game, and my broadcast partner, Rob Kindle, was with me that night. And he asked if I'd seen the gray field here at Greenwood, and I said no. The last time I was here was 2 years ago, and it was still green then. But now I'm getting my first look at it. Indeed, it is a gray field, and of the approximately 45 fields in which I've commentated, this is only the second non-green field. The first being Edgewood High School in Ellettsville near Bloomington. They have a red field. I commentated Edgewood when I was doing Cascade games, um, and so anyway, it's sort of interesting. I don't think it'll have any effect on the way Plainfield plays, but yeah, it looks sort of like I'm trying to think how to describe the shade of gray. There's actually two shades. It's like every 5 yard chunk is like more of a dark gray, and then then the next 5 yard chunk is a lighter shade of gray. Um, so yeah, it's interesting. I admire them for being different, and of course, I always think when I see non-green turf for a football field, I always think about Boise State. Um, and so anyway, right now let's take a look at what the other Hendricks County teams are up to tonight. All five of them are in action. Well, there's six Hendricks County teams. Obviously, Plainfield, one of them. Let's list up what the other five are doing. In Class 6A, Brownsburg holds at number 2 this week after last week's 45-15 win over the other Class 6A team in the county, the Avon Orioles. Brownsburg's now 4-0 this week. They visit number 12 ranked in 3-1 Fishers, the Tigers, 2010 state champions. Meanwhile, Avon is now 1-3. The luster of their upset overtime win over Ben Davis in week 2 having worn off tonight. The Orioles go on the road to play 1-2 Franklin, a game that Avon looks to have a good chance to win. They're trying to break a 3-game losing streak to the Flashes. Down in Class 4A, Danville is knocking on the door of a ranking after their third consecutive win, moving them to 3-1. They beat Hamilton Heights, the Huskies, 38-7. Tonight they visit another Hendricks County school, the Tri-West Bruins. Tri-West is 2-2 now after last week's 21-17 loss to 4-0 and the number 6 ranked 2A team, Western Boone, a 4-time state champion. Tonight's matchup between Tri-West and Danville will be one of only 2 intra-county regular season games this year, the other being Brownsburg versus Avon last week. And finally, in Class 3A, Cascade improved to 4-0 last week with a 49-0 win over West Central, their second consecutive shutout. Tonight, the Cadets go on the road, take a long road trip down to southwestern Indiana to play the 1-3 Sullivan Golden Arrows. I actually commentated Cascade at Sullivan back in the Western Indiana Conference crossover game back in 2018, and I asked a couple of people, why are you all called the Golden Arrows? And they didn't know. I still got to look that one up. That's definitely one of the more interesting team names that I've commentated. The Woodman name is sort of interesting also. But one thing I've never found out. I wonder if the Greenwood girls teams are called the Wood Women or the Lady Woodmen. I'll have to ask somebody here that. So anyway, now the teams they just did the coin toss, and the captain's now shaking hands. Oh yeah, when I mentioned the coin toss, my son mentioned the Coen Brothers movie No Country for Old Men. That is the Coen Brothers, isn't it, Liam? Yeah, I thought so. And of course, speaking of Coen, we have a Coen on our team, Coen Vanderbush, the latest in the Vanderbush family to bless the Plainfield program. Coen is a freshman now. He spells his name Coen, like the Coen brothers, the great filmmakers. So now the Quakers are kicking off. Greenwood will be the toughest rushing offense we faced all year. The Woodmen, very weak defensively. We should have no problem, particularly Starnes and Wayward should have no problem running up a storm against this defense. However, our rushing defense is likely going to be working up a sweat to stop the Woodmen. So that will be a challenge. And so now Leo Hayop kicking off 7-1. And it goes into the end zone for yet another touchback. All right. Hayob, incredible 16 of 25 of his 25 kickoffs of the season. 16 now, 64% have been touchbacks. So now we're going to get our first look of the game at the Woodman offense there. Head coach Justin Bozer has dramatically changed the offense from the rushing heavy offense that we got accustomed to for all those years from Mike Campbell. He and Brian Woodard arrived at the head coaching positions at Greenwood and Plainfield, respectively, in 2006. Also had the same farewell season, 2022. Campbell, now the athletic director here at Greenwood, while Coach Woodard's taken his game to DePaul University, where he's an assistant now. So the Woodmen line up 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right, 1 running back, quarterback in shotgun. And now handoff, and he finds the hole, and he's past the 25, past the 30, past the 35, 40, and he gets out of bounds around the 45. So Davian Jones there. So excellent start to the game for the Woodmen. They give him 25. Wow. Give him a lot of credit. I just hope our kids will rise to the occasion, because they have, we haven't faced a lot of real good rushers this season. So now 1st and 10 at their own 45. And now the quarterback keeper on a fake handoff, and he gets close to the first down. It's going to be a yard or 2 short. Gunnar Rupert, give him credit for 1, give him credit for 9 for setting up 2nd and 1. So now in 2 plays, the Woodmen into Quaker territory. Sorry, they changed that to 8 yards instead of 9. Nevertheless, a good keeper there by Rupert. First and 10 at the Plainfield 47 now. Handoff to Jones again. This time we're right on top of him, although he does weave his way up for a 3 or 4. He does get the first. Gain of about 4 there, and not quite a minute into this game yet. The clock stops to move the chains. So 2 for 29 for Davian Jones. So, okay, we got an injured Quaker here. So the clock is stopped to attend. I cannot tell who he is from my vantage point. He is moving his arms. I can see that. Oh, he's moving his legs too. That's good. That's first thing I always look for when a player's down. So, when they're moving the arms and the legs, you're always thankful. And now he looks like they're helping him up now. And I still can't see his number because of all the people in the way, so I will get it as soon as I can. So now he's getting up and limping off the field on his own. He's limping off the field with assistance. Looks like he doesn't want to put any weight at all on his left foot. Sorry, I can't see his number from my vantage point. So now 1st and 10, Greenwood at the Plainfield 43. 11:04 to go here in the first quarter. No score. First possession of the game. Greenwood, very good rushing defense. So now handoff there again to Davian Jones, and he's around the right side, and he picks up about 6 or so. So far, Plainfield struggling to contain this defense, and this is going to be a real test for our rushing defense tonight, as Jones gets 6 yards there. He's carried the ball on 3 of Greenwood's first 4 offensive plays, bringing up 2nd and 4. I got him 3 for 35, and then Rupert 1 for 8. So Greenwood has thrown 60 passes coming into this game, an average of 15 a game, but so far not tonight. Although this play they do send two receivers to the right, one to the left. Rupert in shotgun, Jones the running back and now they drop it, and Rupert falls on it, so that is a loss of a few yards there. It's a loss of 3, 3rd and 7, bringing it back to the 40. So the Woodmen likely in 4-down territory, so we still probably have to make 2 stops. So 3rd and 7 now at the 40 for the Woodmen. They got the ball first. This is their first possession. Moved the ball well on the first 4 plays before the fumble there. So now handoff to Jones. However, we're right on top of him. We bring him down right around the line of scrimmage. The first time that he did not get positive yards. His first 3 went for 35 combined. So no gain, bringing up 4th and 7. Looks like the Woodmen are going to go for it. 9:08 to go here in the first quarter. Game 5 of 9 in the regular season. So this is the midway point of the regular season. Plainfield 4-0, ranked number 1 in Class 5A in both the AP and USA Today network polls. Greenwood at 2-2. Last year they were one of the most improved teams in the state. 1-9 2 years ago. 6-6 last year. Got to the sectional championship game. 8:44 to go, and now Greenwood takes a timeout. It's pretty early in the game to take a timeout, but I think Coach Justin Bozer for Greenwood understands what's at stake here. You move the ball well, but now you don't want to let this drive slip away with no points, especially because their defense has not been able to contain anybody this year, and certainly not likely they're going to be able to contain Plainfield. And what they want to avoid, Greenwood has a very good rushing offense. I think they want to avoid having to pass a whole lot. They pass a good deal more than Plainfield does, but still not as much as they did last year. When they ran sort of a run and shoot offense and scored a ton of points, but also gave up a ton of points. So now back to the team's back on the field here. 8:40 to go now. The Woodmen using their first time out in only 3 minutes and 20 seconds on their first possession. So they've got 2 receivers out to the right, 1 to the left. Rupert in shotgun. I believe Jones is still in there running back. Takes a snap. Looks, and a screen pass. And they got it. We got him for a loss. All right. He made the catch, but Benjamin Hommel on the reception, but I think they're even going to mark him down for a 2 or 3 yard loss in the first pass of the game. Yeah, so that's a 3 yard loss there on Rupert's first pass of the game. Liam, which movie is it that has the coin toss in it from the Coen brothers? Okay. Yeah, No Country for Old Men. The coins are a significant plot element in that movie. And now first play for the Quakers is a rush for about 3 or 4 yards. That was Wayrich there, fresh off his 5 touchdowns last week, tying a school record. So give him 3 there. Wayrich and Starnes, 8 touchdowns each on the season. 2nd and 7 for the Quakers. Still no score here. Hand off to Starnes this time, and he's got a little bit of a hole, and he gets up to about the 50, so a 3 or 4 yard gain for Starnes on his first carry. The Quakers have scored 18 So they give Starnes 4 there. So 3 by Wayrich, 4 by Starnes, and it's 3rd and 3 at the 50. 7:28 to go. Plainfield's first possession of the game. Ryan Garver now wide receiver out to the right. Brandon Hendry now moving left to right. And now, and it's he low snap. He bobbled it and he fell on it. So that's going to bring up 4th down and about 8. So the Quakers now going back to punt. So disappointing first. So each team with a each team dropping each quarterback dropping a each team having a fumble that they recovered. So Davian Jones back deep to receive. So high snap, but he gets off a good punt, and it bounces inside the 20. Takes a good Plainfield bounce inside the 15, inside the 10, and it rolls up right around the 5 or 6 where it's downed. So that's going to be about a 50-yard punt there. So Greenwood taking over at their 6. So at least, even though we didn't get the points there, at least we've forced the Woodmen into bad field position where they will be forced to sustain a drive now. Nearly an eighth of the way through this game. 6:18 to go here in the first quarter. Still no score. The Woodmen turned it over on downs in their first possession. Then Plainfield punted. They gained 3 yards by Wayrich, 4 by Starnes, and then a low snap to Bryce Sabank resulted in him falling on it and a loss of about 4 yards. So now one receiver out to the right. Rupert still in shotgun, and he takes it himself. He's got some room on the right side. He's going to get up for maybe 2 or 3. I could not tell exactly from my vantage point. His first keeper he took for 8. Ty White on the tackle there. Gain of 3. 2nd and 7 for the Woodmen now. So they're marking it at the 11. So they ended up starting the drive at the 8 rather than the 6. So now one receiver out to the right. I believe Jones is still in there running back. Rupert takes it. And again, now on a reverse, he gives it, and he's got some room on the left side, and he's past the 20, past the 25. So Davion Jones, number 2, gets about 15 there. Already 5 carries for Davion Jones in the first 7 minutes. 15 on that one, so 5 for 50 and even 10 a carry. Still no score. Fast-moving game so far, 7:14 your time of day. So one receiver to the left. Here's the snap. And now Rupert takes it himself. He's brought down at it for a gain of about 2, bringing up 2nd and long. 3rd keeper of the game for Gunnar Rupert. Gunnar spelled Gunner, not the Swedish name Gunnar, which has started to get a little bit of a following here in America. Liam, my son here sitting next to me, just spotted a precipitation shaft.
It's rain in the distance.
Yes. So 2nd and 8 now. 4:23 to go here in the first quarter. Still no score. Greenwood with the ball. 2nd and 8 at their own 28. And now another keeper from Rupert. He gets up for about 5 or so. So it's going to be 3rd and short. Let's see where they mark him. Nearly a 1/6 of the way through this game. So they have him 5 there. So 4 for 18 so far on the ground for Gunnar Rupert. 5 for 50 for Davion Jones. So 68, 9 for 68 on the ground for Greenwood, over 7 a carry. So yeah, they've been certainly making our defense work up a sweat. So now 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Handoff there to Davian Jones, and he swarmed, and we stop him short of the first down. All right, so it's going to be 4th and short. Hard to imagine Greenwood would go for it this far back, and yeah, this punting unit is coming onto the field, and actually that's a loss of 2 for Jones. So good stop there by the Quakers. Well, if we can even contain, I don't think there's any way we're going to shut down Greenwood's rushing offense, but if we can even contain them, that'll be a good sign, because right now they look to be the best rushing team we're going to play in the regular season. And yes, that includes Decatur Central and even Whiteland. And now we blocked the punt. We blocked the punt. So we're going to take over about the 21. All right. It was a low snap. He got it, he picked it up and punted, but there's a swarm of Quakers in front of him. So now no excuse for not getting the touchdown here, boys. No excuse. 2:58 to go. So Greenwood now, Plainfield now lines up for their second possession. The first ended in a punt, in part because of a low snap. So 1 receiver to each side now. A handoff there to, looks like that was, Starnes, and he's brought down right around the line of scrimmage. So good job there by Greenwood. They were right on top of him. So I applaud the Woodman defense. They've struggled a lot this year, but they're not going to they're not just going to lay down and, let us score. Justin Bozer has for a team that was 1-9 2 years ago, Justin Bozer has these Woodmen playing with a lot of optimism and enthusiasm. So I think he's going to have a bright future here at Greenwood, and, have them, a consistently strong team here in the Mid-State Conference. So now 2 receivers to the right. Screen pass there to Wayrich. He's got some room on the right side, but they come over and stop him. So Wayrich's first reception of the game on Sabank's first pass of the game. So it's going to be for about 0.
Loss of 1 on the play. 3rd down 11.
So even a -1 there. So So 3rd and 11 for the Quakers at the Greenwood 22. And now as they give it to Wayrich, and he's brought down right around the line of scrimmage. So clearly so Wayrich stopped for no gain on his second rush of the game. And they're going to go for a field goal here. This would be a 38-yarder from Hayob. Got to at least get some points here. Hayob 2 for 4 on field goals on the season with a long of 31. That came against Harrison. Put us in the lead to stay. And this one is up, and it is close, and it is no good, wide left. Wow. So now Greenwood fans starting to get into it, and yeah, boy, that is disappointing. Taking over a blocked punt at the Greenwood 21 and getting no points to show for it. Well, I give Greenwood a lot of credit. I mean, their rushing defense has not been very good this year, but clearly they knew about Wayrich's 5 touchdowns last week, and they came prepared. And the last minute now of the first quarter, still no score here. I would not have believed that. But now we just gotta take it easy. Don't force anything. Just keep doing what got us this 4-0 start, got us this number 1 ranking. Keep the eye of the tiger, boys. So now for Greenwood, 1 receiver to the left, 2 to the right. And now let's see who that was. So Davian Jones there with another carry, already his 7th. Loss of 1, so 2 consecutive losses now for Jones. 2nd and 11 now for the Woodmen at their own 19. 35 seconds to go in the quarter. Still no score. Game 5 of the season. Each team, no points on its first 2 possessions. Two receivers to the left and now a rush up the middle for Scarmazzo with his first rush of the game. So that's going to be, let's see, and that brings us to the end of the quarter. So after 1 quarter of play here at Greenwood, surprisingly no score between your Plainfield Quakers, your number 1 ranked Plainfield Quakers, on the Greenwood Woodmen. We'll be back after these words from our sponsors on audiosportsonline.com. This broadcast of Plainfield Quakers football on audiosportsonline.com is brought to you by the generous donations of our sponsors. We would like to thank them, and we hope you will support them. They are Remax Centerstone Julia Berberich, Ganell Financial, Crone Family Construction, My IT Indy Ryan Grimes, I-70 Wrecker Service and Garage, BGW Construction LLC, Legacy Motorsports, Crest Point Real Estate, Chris Pearson Selwith Jones, the Stewart Home Group, and Ellis and Associates. Thank you, business partners. Your support for the student athletes of Plainfield High School is greatly appreciated. Well, back here at Greenwood, we're in surprisingly a game in which no points have been scored again. And these are 2 teams who scored a lot of points this season. Greenwood currently has the ball 3rd and 4 at their own 26 to start off the quarter, following a 7-yard run there by Scarmazzo. It's been a heavily rushing game. The first quarter ended at the quarter started at 7:01, ended at 7:21, so only 20 minutes. So now a very big play for the Quakers defense. We got to get the ball with a chance to get those first points of the game. Make sure we don't have to play from behind. So 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left now. And now handoff, and he's brought down for no gain. All right. So Anthony Scaramazzo got 7 on his first carry, but I think they're going to count him 0 on that one. So give him credit for 1. So 4th and 3, I assume Greenwood would punt here. Maybe not, but boy, this would be high risk. We on their last possession, we had a blocked punt, and unfortunately did not get any points out of it. But I don't think they want to take the risk out of I don't think they'd want to take the risk out of us taking over. And now the Greenwood taking its second time out here with 11:17 to go. They took their first possession of the game when it was 3rd or 4th and 7 at the 40. So anyway, let me catch my breath here. It's been a very fast-paced game here so far. Greenwood on his 3rd possession. They moved the ball well on their first possession, getting all the way down inside the Plainfield 40, but turned it over on downs. However, then the Quakers went 3 and out on their first possession. Then Greenwood went 3 and out, and we blocked a punt on their next possession. But then the drive ended with a missed field goal. And now Greenwood on 4th and 3. It's hard to imagine they would actually go for it here, 4th and 3 from their own 27. But maybe they feel they're going to have to, take some chances to have a chance to, win this game. Maybe they feel like they have to take some, pretty substantial risks. Greenwood, a 2-2 team in Class 4A. They're an up-and-coming team. They've improved a lot in 2 years under head coach Justin Bozer, but Plainfield, a number 1 team from a higher class. So now 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. And now quarterback keeper and we stopped him. So we take over on downs. All right. High risk play. We'll see if we make them pay for it. Keep in mind, last time we took over at the Greenwood 21 following the blocked punt, failed to get any points out of it. Missed 38-yard field goal by Hayob. So Rupert, his 5th keeper of the game. That one goes for no yards. So Plainfield takes over 1st and 10 at the Greenwood 27. Now super super triple dog. There are no excuses for not getting some points here, boys. All right. So now two receivers to the left. Handoff, fakes the handoff to Starnes, and now Sabank throws deep into the end zone, and it is incomplete. It could have been intercepted on a tip, but it was worth a shot. Sabank has only thrown deep a handful of times this season, averaging only 8.5 passes a game coming into today. So now Garver lining up to the left here. Starnes, the running back. Sabank in shotgun. The sophomore doing a very good job managing the game. Now gives it to Starnes, and he's got some room, and he breaks inside the 20. He's going to be very close to the first down. The ball came out, but he was clearly down first. He was clearly down. Greenwood celebrating what they hope. You've got to be kidding me. That ball came. I'm certain his knee was down. I mean, we don't have the benefit of instant replay. I don't agree with that call at all. So after an 8-yard rush by Starnes, the ball comes out. I thought his knee was down, but wow. I hope somebody got some video on that we can see. I'm sure somebody's filming this, but I probably won't be able to see it until I get home tonight. So anyway, now 3 possessions with each team. No points yet. Greenwood starting possession number 4 at their own 19. Plainfield having taken over 2 possessions, and now we've got I think it's going to be delay of game against the Woodmen, but let's see. Yeah, delay of game against the Woodmen. All right. Boy, that's good for us. That backs it up 5 yards to the 14. We got to take advantage now. I'll tell you, this is our second game that we're playing with our number 1 ranking, and maybe it's good that we're struggling like this. Hopefully it'll help us keep the eye of the tiger, because I think last year our 5-0 start really got us big-headed. I think it got us overconfident. So now 1 receiver at each side now, 1 running back. Rupert in shotgun, takes it, fakes the handoff, and he's got time. He throws deep, and it is incomplete. Not sure who he was throwing to. He was throwing between they said the intended receiver was Hommel. So 2nd and 15 now. So now no excuse for not getting off the field here, boys. 2nd and 15 for Greenwood at their own 14. No scores still. 10:43 to go in the second quarter. Plainfield has taken over their last 2 possessions inside the Greenwood 40. Come away with no points. Got to finish drives. Can't leave any points. We can't leave any more points off the field, boys. So now the keeper there by Rupert. He gets about 4. Already the 6th keeper of the game for Rupert. He is a very good rushing quarterback. Give him credit for 3, 3rd and 12 now. 6 for 21 for Gunner Rupert. 10:23 to go now for Greenwood. 4th possession of their 4th possession of the game. And now screen pass, and it's caught, but it's going to be far short of the first down. Jeremiah Carter on the reception there. He's going to pick up about 6. So that brings up 4th and 6. The first pass for positive yards by either quarterback in this game. Boy, I can't imagine they would go for it on 4th and 6. I mean, they're very lucky not to be down 14-0 right now after we took over twice inside the 30. So now, 8 seconds, they're hurrying into formation now. And I think maybe they're trying to draw us off sides. No, and now they do. It's a short punt, and now but it takes a good Greenwood bounce into the down to about the 35. So it's going to be about a 42-yard punt there. So very lucky for the Woodmen there. I think they're trying to draw soft sides, but thankfully didn't work. Wow, what a crazy game so far. Well, we got to get it together. Keep in mind, we do get the ball first to start the second half. So now two receivers to the right, one to the left, two running backs. Sabank in shotgun, one receiver, one running back on each side now. Takes it up himself. He's got through past the 45, 50, 45, breaks the tackle 40, 35, 30, 25, and he's knocked out of bounds around the 20. That's the kind of play we need, boys. All right. So that's going to be a gain of about 45 yards there for Bryce Sabank. That is by far a career long for him. 44. All right. Bringing it to the 20. All right. That's good. And it's good to establish him as a threat that'll attract more defensive attention now. Hopefully that'll open some doors for Starnes and Wayrich. So now two receivers to the right, one to the left. Same two running backs. Now handoff again. Wayrich, he's got a clear path, and he's inside the 10. All right, we're starting to get it together inside the 10. I gotta give Greenwood all the credit in the world for being so pesky and staying inside this game. So Wayrich now 14. So last two plays for Greenwood, rushes of 44 and 44 and 14. So now two receivers to the right, one to the left, two running backs, first and goal at the 7. Hands off there to Wayrich again, and this time they swarm him, and he's still on his feet. Oh my God. Fighting like a tiger. He might get 1 yard or so for forward progress. Great effort by Wayrich. Stop him for no gain. And now handoff, and he's up through about the 2-yard line or so. That was Starnes. Starnes did not score a touchdown for the first time all season last week, but he did get 210 yards. Gets 5 yards there, bringing up 3rd and goal at the 2. So Plainfield fans starting to breathe a sigh of relief, but we'll feel a lot better when we finally get that score. Nearly a third of the way into this game now. Now Garver out to the left, Ellis to the right, Starnes and Wayrich there on running backs. Gives it to Starnes. They're on top of him, but he's into the end zone for the touchdown. All right. It's about time. So Plainfield, 8:04 to go in the second quarter, finally opens the scoring here on a 2-yard touchdown rush by Luke Starnes, his 9th of the season, to go with Wayrich's 8. Boy, that is a huge relief. Took us 4 possessions. And now are we going to go for the 1 or the 2? Plainfield, after going for 22-point conversions last year and making 13, 65% of them, they've only attempted 1 on the season. Payout 15 of 16 or 16 of 17 on extra points. And this one is up, and it is good. So we got a 7-0 lead. All right. So now I'm starting to breathe a little bit easier. But yeah, this game is not going to be a cakewalk. And I give Greenwood a lot of credit. They are playing a very fearless game. They've already gone for it twice on 4th down, including once inside their 30. And they held us without points on 3 drives, including 2 that we started inside their 30-yard line. So a very courageous performance already by the Woodmen. Coach Bozier's going to have them, I have a feeling, as a very competitive team here in this conference. This is the 71st meeting between these two schools, two of the three lifelong members of the Mid-State Conference. Plainfield leads the all-time series 47-23. So Davian Jones and Benjamin Hommel deep to receive this kickoff by Leo Hayab, who's gotten 16 of his 25 in the end zone on the season. Plainfield has won their last 8 games over Greenwood. The Woodmen last week the Quakers in the 2015 season, primarily because Quaker starting quarterback Colin Nicewander, a senior, went down with a broken collarbone in that game and was replaced by then freshman Ben Slayton. The score of that game, 39-23. And Plainfield, by the way, the week before had just come off a big road win at Roncalli. They entered the game 3-1. And now a good return there on the kickoff. He took it at the 1. Davion Jones took it all the way to the 28. So now, and now we got a Quaker slow to get up here. But anyway, yeah.
We need the homecoming court members to start moving to the south entrance to the track for halftime ceremony.
Well, so I'm just keeping track of all the possessions here, and it's just incredible. I don't think I've ever seen a game this bizarre, and I'll talk more about that at the halftime. But just all the chain of events. Plainfield should be up 21-0 right now, as it is 7-0. We're doing a lot of good things. We just failed to finish a couple of drives that we should have finished. Hopefully, that'll be a wake-up call. So now Woodman starting at their 28, and now rush up the middle for about 2 yards. That's Scaramazzo there for Greenwood, his third carry of the game. So 3 for 10 now on Scaramazzo. That's 2nd and 8 now at the 30 for the Woodmen. 7:30 to go here in the second quarter. Plainfield 7, Greenwood 0. The Quakers number 1 in Class 5A for the second consecutive week, trying to hang on to that number 1 spot. So 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. And now a handoff, and he's up for about 2 or 3, bringing up about 3rd and 5. That was Scaramazzo again. My son Liam and I have just gotten heavily into genealogy this year, and we were, much to our pleasant surprise, we found out that we actually have a distant Italian ancestry. And one of Scaramazzo just made me think of that. One of my relatives, for example, was Vincenzo Taliaferro. Sounds like he should be in a mafia movie. But anyway, 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. And now Rupert keeps it himself, and he's short of the first down by about 2 yards. If I ever write a mafia movie, I'm gonna use actually the names of some of my Italian descendants. Seriously. So 4th and 2 now after that 2-yard run by Rupert. And my son and I are super big mafia movie fans. That's one of our favorite genres. So the Woodmen, wow. So the Woodmen going for it inside the Plainfield 40 is showing, tremendous courage in this game. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Boy, it'd be, and we got some movement. We got movement. We got a flag. And I think it's going to be against Plainfield, so that will be the automatic. Yeah, so it's the automatic first down. All right. Disappointment there. So there's a method to the madness for the method to the madness for the for Greenwood's game plan, boy, Justin Bozer has a will of iron, and now hand off there up for about 2 or 3. Scaramazzo there, that's his 5th carry of the game. Gets him about 3 or 4.
Now it's long tackle. Gaining 4, 2nd and 6.
2nd and 6 now for the Woodmen at their own 45. The clock ticking, 5:21 to go. However, keep in mind the Woodmen have already used 2 of their 3 timeouts. So that could end up being a big factor. It's going to stop here, boys. And now I think they got the first down there by about a yard. Rupert there on the keeper. And they do have the first and about 1 more. Rupert's 8th keeper of the game. He actually has the most. I think I got him for 7 there. Moving up to the 40 from the 45 to from the Greenwood 45 to the Plainfield 48. So now Rupert again, another keeper. This time they're right on top of him, and he might get forward progress for 1. 9th keeper of the game for quarterback Gavin Rupert. And the way the clock is ticking, now they gave him a better spot than I thought. So gave him 3 there. So 2nd and 7 there at the Plainfield 45 here. As the clock approaches the 4-minute mark. At 4 minutes now. So we'll see, since the Woodmen are staying in bounds on every play, we'll see, how their strategy, develops, as the clock winds down. So now Scaramazzo, and these stopped for a gain of about 2. So that's going to be another, it's going to be about 3rd and 5. Yeah, I think this was the first game I've ever neglected to pick up rosters. I had so much on my mind before the game started, but I pulled up the roster on Max Prep, so took care of that problem. So 3rd and 5 now for the Woodmen at the Plainfield 43, 3:13 to go. Now 2 receivers out to the right, 1 to the left. Only 5 passes combined by the 2 teams today. And now fakes the handoff to Jones, and Rupert takes it up. He might have it. He might have the first down. It's going to be very close. Maybe measurement close. We got an official timeout now with 2:56 to go. Yeah, he got it. So that'll bring up first down for the Woodmen at the 38. 10 of 38 for Rupert. And the clock back in motion now. And the thing is, with under 3 minutes to go and the Wooden still back at the 38, the lack of timeouts might end up, hurting them, but we will see. So 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Handoff it fakes the handoff again to Jones, and Rupert takes it up for about 7 or so. So Rupert having quite a bit of success on this drive. And Jones' success early in the game, I think, is attracting enough attention and now Plainfield takes its first time out. So when we return to play here, there will be 2:30 to go in the first half. Plainfield leading 7-0. A game of both teams struggling to finish drives. And Plainfield especially squandering a couple of golden opportunities, but they do have the lead nevertheless. And I like this timeout here by the Quakers, and this is why it's good to save your timeouts. It's 2:30 to go. We get the ball first to start the second half. So what we really want to do is hold them without any points, and then get the ball to start the second half, come down and get a score, take a 2-possession lead, and then put all the pressure on Greenwood. And because Greenwood only has 1 timeout, that could limit their options, especially if we don't let them have any big gains. If they have several 4 or 5 yard gains, but we keep the ball in bounds and the clock keeps running, that's going to work into our favor. So now 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Now a handoff there to Jones, and he's he gets up for a couple. It's going to be short of the first. It's going to bring up 3rd and short.
Third down, 2.
So a couple more yards there for Davian Jones. I have him 8 for 49 on the game, a little over 6 a carry. So 3rd and 2 at the 30. And now we hit the 2-minute mark. No 2-minute warning here in high school ball. So 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Jones, the running back. Rupert in shotgun. Now Jones goes right. And now screen pass over to Jones. He's got it, and he's inside. He's got the first down knocked out of bounds. I wish we'd kept him in bounds, but he gets about 4 yards there. Only the 4th pass of the game by Rupert.
First down.
First reception of the game for Jones. It goes for 4. So 1st and 10 for the Woodmen at the Plainfield 26, 144 to go in the second quarter. Plainfield 7, Greenwood 0. Surprisingly low scoring game. Luke Starnes, a 2-yard touchdown, the only score so far. Leo Hayop was good on the extra point. So 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left now. Now handoff, takes the handoff, and then Rupert takes it up, and he's got, I believe, the first down. .130 to go, and the clock is stopped. Waiting for the signal. Okay, they got the first down. It just, I don't know what the delay was. So that'll be a gain there of about 11 there. 120 to go. 1st and 10 at the 16 for Greenwood, trying to get their first score of the game. And now handoff around the left side, and he's knocked out of bounds for a gain of about 3 or 4. Davian Jones again, his 9th carry of the game. He opened the game with a 25-yarder, gets 2 there.
Second and 8.
So 2nd and 8 for the Woodmen. The ball went out of bounds, so the clock stopped. 2nd and 8 at the Plainfield 15, 1:12 to go in the quarter. Plainfield leading 7-0. 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Screen pass now, and it's to. What does it count as a forward pass? Yes. It looked to me like it was slightly forward. I couldn't tell for sure that it didn't go backwards, therefore making it, which would have made it a fumble then. But as it is, it was just he didn't put enough on it, so that stops the clock. 3rd and 8 at the 15, 1:10 to go. Now Greenwood does not have much of a kicking game, so I don't think they'll be going for a field goal here. So we got to just try to stop them with no points here. In fact, and now Rupert takes it up, but he's brought down right around the line of scrimmage, maybe got a slight gain. Greenwood's only 10 of 15 on extra points, and Rupert only 1 yard there. So 4th down and 7, under a minute to go. Greenwood will likely use its last time out here. Boy, that'd be huge if we held them with no points here. And they're letting the clock run down, maybe just because I think they're going to let down run down till 1 second and then take their time out. Yes, they do. So with 26.1 seconds to go in the half, Greenwood with the ball 4th and 7 at the Plainfield 14, trying to get a score before the half. Your score here at Greenwood, Plainfield 7, Greenwood 0. We'll be back after these words from our sponsors on audiosportsonline.com. This broadcast of Plainfield Quakers football on audiosportsonline.com is brought to you by the generous donations of our sponsors. We would like to recognize them, and we hope you will support them. They are Remax Centerstone, Julia Berberich, Gunnell Financial, Crone Family Construction, My IT Indy Ryan Grimes, I-70 Wrecker Service and Garage, BGW Construction LLC, Legacy Motorsports, Crest Point Real Estate, Chris Pearson, Selwith Jones, the Stewart Home Group, and Ellis and Associates. Thank you, sponsors. Your support of the student athletes of Plainfield High School is greatly appreciated. Well, back here at Greenwood, we're about to resume play here with 26.1 seconds to go in the second quarter. Plainfield leads Greenwood 7-0. Greenwood now has the ball 4th and 7 at the Plainfield 14. They are about to attempt a field goal here, which would give them their first points of the game. High snap, and he gets it. The kick is no good. It hits the crossbar. So Plainfield dodges a bullet here, and they will carry a 7-0 lead into the locker room and have a chance to get out and take a 2-possession lead to start the second half. Wow. Plainfield has dodged a few bullets here today, but they are showing the tenacity that you'd expect from a number 1 ranked team. It's been a courageous performance by both teams. Greenwood's been very scrappy. They could easily be down 21-0 now. This has been, after 2 near-perfect performances the last 2 weeks against Mooresville and Prairie Meridian, this is a game in which Plainfield has not had quite the sharpness that you would expect. So now at Plainfield, and they're not running out the clock, though. And they rush up the middle for that was Luke Starnes. Get about 6 there. But they're not rushing into formation, so it looks like they're going to head to the locker room now. So, I know, we took a timeout there, so apparently Plainfield's still hoping for after 6 yards by Starnes, but no, they're letting it run out now. So, 6 yards by Starnes to end the quarter. So, a very tense first half, but your Plainfield Quakers are clinging to a lead. Your score, Plainfield 7, Greenwood 0. We'll be back after these words from our sponsors on audiosportsonline.com. This broadcast of Plainfield Quakers High School, this broadcast of Plainfield High School football here on audiosportsonline.com is brought to you by the generous donations of our sponsors. We would like to recognize them, and we hope you will support them. They are Remax Centerstone, Julia Berberich, Gunnell Financial, Crone Family Construction, My IT Indy Ryan Grimes, I-70 Wrecker Service and Garage, BGW Construction LLC, Legacy Motorsports, Crest Point Real Estate, Chris Pearson, Selwith Jones, the Stewart Home Group, and Ellis and Associates. Thank you, sponsors. Your support for the student athletes of Plainfield High School is greatly appreciated. Well, back here at Greenwood, we're at halftime with a very tight, very tense game with your number 1 ranked Plainfield Quakers leading the arch rival Greenwood Woodmen by a score of 7-0. It's a game in which both teams have made a lot of big plays, but have also missed a lot of opportunities. Greenwood got the ball first, drove the ball inside the Plainfield 40, but turned it over on downs. Then Plainfield, on their second possession, went 3 and out after a fumble, a self fumble that they recovered, but resulted in, I believe, a 4-yard loss. Then on Greenwood's ensuing possession, Plainfield blocked a punt, recovered at the Greenwood 21. However, the drive ended on a missed field goal. Then on Greenwood's next possession, they went for it on 4th down inside their 30. And it failed. Plainfield took over on downs for the second consecutive possession inside the 30, this time at the 27. However, they lost a very controversial fumble call. I thought Starnes' knee was down after an 8-yard gain, but the referees ruled otherwise. I am going to look for a video of it online, so I can give you a fully informed opinion of it next week in the Decatur Central game. However, Greenwood fumbled on its ensuing drive, and then Plainfield on its ensuing drive scored the first and so far only points of the game on a 2-yard rush by Luke Starnes, his 9th of the season. That came with 8:04 to go. Leo Hale was good on the extra point, and then Greenwood consumed almost the entire remainder of the quarter on its ensuing drive, driving all the way down to the Plainfield 14 and then missing a field goal. It hit the crossbar and bounced away. And there were 26.1 seconds to go. 26.1 seconds to go in the second quarter when that happened. And then Plainfield, on its ensuing drive, gave the ball to Luke Starnes, who rushed 6 yards on the last play of the quarter. I'll look at the individual statistics. First of all, for Plainfield, Bryce Sabonk has completed 1 of 2 passes for -1 yards. Weston Wayrich had that reception, obviously for -1 yards. On the ground, surprisingly, Sabonk is our leading rusher. He actually rushed only once, but it was for 44 yards, and that set up the touchdown. So it was a very important play in this game, maybe the most important play that we've made. Then Starnes is 6 for 22 and a touchdown, and Weston Wayrich 4 for 17. Meanwhile, for Greenwood, Gavin Rupert has completed 2 of 5 passes for 4 yards. Davian Jones has 1 reception for 4 yards. Jeremiah Carter 1 for 3, and Benjamin Hamel 1 for -3. So it's 3 for 5 for Rupert. Excuse me. He's completed 3 of 5 passes. And so anyway, then on the ground, on the ground, Gunnar Rupert has rushed 13 times for 50. Gunnar Rupert has rushed 13 times for 54 yards. Davian Jones 9 for 51, and Anthony Scaramazzo 6 for 20. So, wow, it's such an intense game. And this is a game I did not expect this was going to be a cakewalk. I expected this would be a comfortable Quakers win. I thought we'd be up by multiple possessions by now. We should be. And this first half takes me back to something that Tyler Bless, the head coach of Plainfield, said on his show this week. Now, let me set that up by saying I hope you all will watch the Tyler Bless show every week. So to watch it, just go to audiosportsonline.com, then click on Plainfield Quakers football, and then all of our broadcasts, our game broadcasts, and our Tyler Bless show broadcasts are on there. They're archived for you to listen to anytime. Each Tyler Bless show is typically uploaded sometime late Sunday morning / early Sunday afternoon. And this week, Rob Kendall, my frequent broadcast partner, asked Coach Bless about the number 1 ranking, and Coach Bless clearly does not share my enthusiasm about it, and I don't fault him for that. He's the coach, I'm the fan. As the fan, I think it's great, and I want Plainfield fans to take pride in the fact that these kids have worked so hard, and it's paid off with that outstanding recognition of a number 1 ranking. I've been with the program 13 years now. That's never happened before, so it's exciting. But from Coach Bless's standpoint, I understand. Last week we entered this game against Greenwood with a number 4 ranking, which is still excellent. And we left we won that game 46-20, and then we retained our number 4 position the next week, and then things started falling apart. And I think he's trying to guard against that happening. He referred to the rating as rat poison. And again, I understand his perspective. And it's his job as the coach to keep these kids focused, to keep them grounded, to keep them motivated, to keep instilling the eye of the tiger into these kids. So he's doing the right thing. And, personally, if I were the coach, when I found out about the number one ranking, what I would have done is I would have said, "Look, um, it's a great honor that these sports writers think that you're worthy of this number one ranking. I'm proud of you for that, but you know, the number one ranking isn't going to mean much if we lose in the first round of the playoffs again, or if our season slips away like it did last year. So let's be thankful, be honored by the number one ranking, but let's keep doing the things that got us this far. Let's keep, working as hard as we did in the off season as we've continued working every game this season, because the kids have just continued to improve this season. And, you know, um, like I said, from that painful 39-13 loss at Harrison in the first round of the playoffs last year till, to our opening game at Terre Haute, the opening game in which we hosted Terre Haute South 4 weeks ago to open the season, that was 301 days. And that was a long 301 days. Certainly, I mean, it was for me, and I'm the commentator, so I can imagine how it was for the players and coaches. So yeah, it was really exciting when we got that win. And, I don't think in 13 years of commentating the Quakers that I ever was so desperate for us to win our week one game. Usually as long as we play well, I don't take a week one loss, very badly. Unless it would have to be an awful performance or a game that we just like gave away. But, as long as we play well, I mean, keep in mind, we went through a period we played Avon 4 years in a row in week one. We were likely to lose that game. We only had one close game against them. That was in 2016, where it was 35-31. Other than that, they won comfortably the other three times. And then we had that series against Greenfield Central. And then, we had the 2-year series against Columbus North. So we've played a lot of good teams to open the season over the years. But last year, this year, excuse me, even though Terre Haute South is a solid but unspectacular program, I wanted us to win that game so badly because we were on a 3-game losing streak. And after closing out with those 3 painful losses last year against Whiteland, Martinsville, and Harrison in the playoffs, I did not want to start the season off with a loss. And for us to come from behind in the fourth quarter to win, that was big. And we've gotten better since then. We were, against Harrison, we weren't great, but I think fatigue. If that game had been played on Friday night rather than late morning, after we had the two bus trips there about 16 hours apart, I think we would have won that game, comfortably, and had it in our grasp. I think we would have had a multiple possession lead going into the fourth quarter, if not the half. But the fatigue, I think, definitely was a factor for us. And remember, Harrison just had to go home. Locally, we had to go home 80 miles and then come back the next day. Basically, we had to go home, take that grueling bus trip, then the kids go home and go straight to bed, and then come back at 7:30 the next morning for the bus trip. So that was great the way we were down 9-7 in the fourth quarter, and you scored those 17 unanswered points to win it. And then the last 2 weeks, we won comfortably, especially 2 weeks ago, 42-0 against Mooresville. Game played, the entire second half of the running clock. And then last week, not quite as dominant, but a very solid 35-12 win over Perry Meridian. And, they're a 6A team, remember. So, we're 5A, they're 6A, and we got a 35-12 win on the road. And so tonight, playing a 4A team, you expect that, the players, I'm sure, expected to come in and get a comfortable win tonight, and that still could happen. But I think, I hope those 2 squandered possessions where we took over inside the Greenwood 30 and came away with no points will be a wake-up call to those kids. We might be able to win this game after squandering, basically leaving 14 points on the field. But there are, even though Decatur Central and Whiteland right now appear to be below average by their standards. That could change later in the year, like it did last year. We thought the same thing a year ago, and Decatur Central ended up going all the way to the Class 5A state championship game. And Whiteland, not quite as good, but still won their sectional. You know, I don't think we'll be able to beat either Whiteland or Decatur Central if we leave 14 points on the field. And keep in mind, there is a very good chance that we will play both of those teams twice. The rest of the season, we play Decatur Central next week at home, and then 3 weeks from tonight, week 8, we play Whiteland also at home, our final regular season home game of the year. Although not our senior day, since we did our senior day in week 1 this year. And then they're both in our sectional. Now, I've always been saying that, I hope we play at Anderson in the first round of the sectional. They're the weak link in the sectional. Almost certain to beat them. So I'm hoping that we will play out at Anderson, get it, which would likely be an easy win. And then, we would likely be at home in week 2. Not guaranteed, but likely. The odds would be in our favor. And then we would only have to beat one team out of the two other heavyweights in our sectional, Decatur Central and Whiteland, rather than having to beat them both. Although it certainly was satisfying 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was hoping that we would draw McCutcheon in the first round. They were the weak link in the sectional. I didn't want us to have to play both Decatur Central and Harrison, but we did, and we beat both of them to win the sectional. So that was a great triumph and a great way for Coach Woodard to go out after 26 years at the school, 17 as head coach. Well, right now, 7:27 to go here in the halftime with Plainfield leading 7-0. Right now, I'd like to take a short break away from football to talk about an Indiana legend who we lost this week. Tito Jackson, of course, was an original member of the Jackson 5. And in fact, if it weren't for him being a naughty boy, we might have never heard of the Jackson family. He was the third oldest of the 9 children of Joseph and Catherine Jackson back in Gary, Indiana, about 150 miles northwest of here. And Joseph had pursued a rock and roll career in the 50s, didn't get off the ground. And while he was working in one of the steel mills, as do many men in Gary, Tito would play the guitar. And he taught himself to play and got to be pretty good. But then one day he broke a guitar string, and when he got home, Joseph saw it and was furious, demanded to know who did it. Tito did confess, so at least he was honest. And in his own words, he got a good spanking. Of course, Joseph was notorious for being a very tough disciplinarian. But then he restrained the guitar and handed it to Tito and said something like, "Show me what you can do." And when he found out that Tito could actually play, that was the impetus of Joseph deciding to form a family group among his sons. And they ended up becoming the first act ever whose first 4 singles went to number 1 on the Billboard Hot 100. Elvis Presley didn't do that. The Beatles didn't do that. It was the Jackson 5 were the first, and they ended up racking up 22 top 40 singles. And then, of course, their star member, Michael Jackson, obviously went on to have an extraordinary career that ended up even being bigger than what the Jackson 5 did. And then, of course, the family also produced Janet and LaToya and Rebe and Randy. And then the next generation produced 3T, which was comprised of Tito's sons. And, because Michael almost immediately became the superstar of the group, and obviously went on to become the biggest solo star of the group, the other members of the Jackson 5 ended up really not getting their due respect. And because Tito was overweight, he got made fun of the most. But he was actually a much better musician than people realized. Once they moved to Epic in 1976 and were allowed to put their own songs on their albums, Tito became one of their main songwriters and also started playing guitar on their albums. And you know, what I always liked about him even more than his music is that he seemed to sincerely love his family so much. The way he talked about them so affectionately in interviews, you know, his mother and his brothers, and then in 1989, after the Jacksons basically put their career on hold, he basically instead of focusing on his own career, he spent over 10 years, about 15 years, just helping his three sons with 3T, who had a lot of success in Europe in really from the mid 90s to the early 2000s. Also had an American hit with Anything. And then, you know, finally in the 2000s, he went back to music and really made a new identity for himself. He became, you know, a very accomplished blues guitarist, started touring with a 10 or 12 piece band approximately. I think there were 12 people in his band. I unfortunately I never saw them in concert, but they were. I saw some videos of them. That they were really good playing both the Jacksons hits and then his own solo material. And then he released a couple of solo albums in 2016 and 2021, doing, you know, blues, R&B, things like that. And he really was doing his own thing. He wasn't trying to just capture, you know, the nostalgia of his youth. I mean, he really was still, even in his 60s, still growing as an artist. And, you know, he wasn't Stevie Ray Vaughan, but he was a very good blues guitarist. I was really surprised. And, you know, I'm going to close by saying that from his last album, Under Your Spell in 2021, he has a song called Love One Another. The video of it is on his YouTube channel. And it's a great song. And really, I mean, it was the message of the song is universal. You know, his son said that was what he preached all the time: love one another. So, you know, he used that title for a song, and the lyrics of the song just perfectly capture what this country is going through right now. And, you know, so, you know, you know, since his death on Sunday at the age of 70, I've been telling a lot of people about the song, and I hope they'll listen to it and heed the timeless message, because this country so much needs healing right now. And if we just love one another, as the title says, you know, that doesn't solve all our problems, but it paves the way to solve the problems, because if we start off by loving each other, it makes it easy for us to work together and find common ground, and not start off simply by seeing each other as arch enemies off the bat. So anyway, thanks for all the great music, Tito. We love you. We're proud of you. And your music will live on. And you'll live on through your 3 sons and your 9 grandchildren. So anyway, now with 1:08 to go here in the halftime here at Greenwood, with Plainfield leading 7-0. Let's take a short pause for a few words from our sponsors, and then we'll be back with the second half. You're listening to Plainfield Quakers football on audiosportsonline.com. This broadcast of Plainfield Quakers football on audiosportsonline.com is brought to you by the generous donations of our sponsors. We would like to recognize them, and we hope you will support them. They are Remax Centerstone, Julia Berberich, Gunnell Financial, Crone Family Construction, My IT Indy, Ryan Grimes, I-70 Wrecker Service and Garage, BGW Construction LLC, Legacy Motorsports, Crest Point Real Estate, Chris Pearson, Selwith Jones, the Stewart Home Group, and Ellison Associates. Thank you, sponsors. Your support of the student athletes at Plainfield High School is greatly appreciated. Well, back here at Plainfield, we're at halftime with your Plainfield Quakers, your number 1 ranked Plainfield Quakers, leading the Greenwood Woodmen in a surprisingly low-scoring game by a score of 7-0. The only score of the game came on a 2-yard rushing touchdown by Luke Starnes, his 9th touchdown of the season, with 8:04 to go. And each team missed a field goal. Plainfield started 2 consecutive possessions inside the Greenwood 30 and came away with no points. There was a missed field goal from 38 yards, and then a controversial lost fumble. Meanwhile, Greenwood has, run the ball well, but just failed to finish drives. Plainfield does get the balls to start the second half. They get the ball first. And if they score on this possession, they'll have a 2-possession lead, and they'll have a good grip on this one. They won't have clinched it, but they'll be a long way there, and all the pressure will then be on Greenwood. Woodman, a 4A team, entering at 2-2 in year number 2 under head coach Justin Bozer, came over after 5 years at Clarksville, in which he, in 5 years, turned the Generals from 0-11 to 5-6, a very steady improvement. And I'll tell you, I'm always glad to commentate the Quakers. I'm always glad to get down here to Greenwood. But I'm especially glad tonight because I actually am seated in the press box this time. You might remember 2 years ago in this game, they did not have a spot for me in either the home or visiting press box. So what I did was I brought this bright green 20-foot extension cord that we usually only dig out around around Christmas time. Appropriately, it's bright green. And I connected it to the visitors' press box, and I sat in the visiting bleachers and commentated the game from there. And the audio reception, not surprisingly, isn't real good, though it wasn't as bad as I feared it would be. You can understand what I'm saying. It just, is not high quality, unfortunately. It's not the high quality that I hoped for. And humorously, I ended up, unbeknownst to me, being seated next to the mother of then Quaker starting quarterback Hunter Newell, a very lovely lady. Who I'm sure is very proud of her son, who's now a freshman up at Indiana Wesleyan. And in fact, next week, I will try to remember to give you a list of all the Plainfield football players who are currently playing collegiately. I think we got about 10 or so. Very proud of them, and glad that they were able to continue their football careers and get an education in the meantime. And now the halftime clock runs out, and Greenwood takes the field. They will be kicking off. And believe it or not, this will be Greenwood's first kickoff on the game. Hard to believe. Because, we kicked off to start off the game. And Greenwood didn't score. So, what we've got to do on this drive, just keep the clock and the chains moving and score. If we run off 6, 7, 8 minutes in the process, great. Just score, get that 2-possession lead, and that'll go a long way toward winning this one. It'd be great if we piled on a few scores and made this comfortable. But, one thing I've noticed from years of watching sports is when teams win a lot of games too easily, and later they get in a jam, they don't know how to get out of it. Starnes and Ellis back deep to receive for the Quakers. Come on, boys. And it's a squib. Field it at about the 23, brought up to the 30. That's 40, 45, 50, 45. One man to beat inside the 35, and he's brought down around the 28. That was Starnes. A return of about 50 yards. So this is the third possession. They think they're going to mark him at the 29. This is the third drive we will have started inside the Greenwood 30 tonight. The first two ended with no points. First one, we missed a 38-yard field goal. Second one, a controversial fumble by Starnes. Controversial in that I'm not sure it was the right call, but I will look for a replay of that. But anyway, so one receiver at each side, two running backs. Sabank in shotgun now. Handoff. And he's big inside the 25 up to about the 20. Got to be a second and short. That was Way Rich. I believe that's his longest carry of the game. 5 touchdowns last week, only 4 for 17 in the first half tonight. but he got 8 on that one. I have him 5 for 25. Starnes 6 for 22 in the first half. Sabank still leads the team in rushing, 1 for 44. So now hand off to Starnes, and he's up. He's got the first down and more, and he gets looks like up to about the 13. So a solid run by Luke Starnes there. $11:15 to go now in the. So 8 there by Starnes. So Wayrich and Starnes each with an 8-yard rush to start off the second half for the Quakers. They're trying to add to their 7-0 lead. 2 receivers now to the right. Now handoff there to Wayrich. He's inside the 10, inside the 5, and he's got the touchdown. All right. So there's that 2-possession lead I talked about. Weston Wayrich, number 1 on the game, number 9 on the season, to go with the Starnes 9, and we got a 13-0 lead with the conversion pending. It happens exactly a minute into the quarter. All right. So now the Quakers starting to breathe a little easier. So now the conversion here. So they threatened to go for 2, but now back into the 1. Leo Hayob. The snap. The kick is up, and it is good. So with 23 minutes to go in the game, 11 in the third quarter, your score, Plainfield 14, Greenwood 0. The Quakers, after failing to score on their first 3 possessions of the game, have now scored rushing touchdowns on their last 2 possessions, not counting the one play to end this first half. You know, the last 2 games in their last 2 games, Mooresville 2 weeks ago, Perry Meridian last week, they had 12 possessions, 12 full possessions with the starters, and scored rushing touchdowns on 10 of the 12. That's outstanding. So it's disappointing that they didn't do as well tonight, that they did not score in the first 3 possessions, but now they're starting to get on track and take control of this game. Now now the thing to do, just make Greenwood sustain long drives. They've moved the ball decently, Greenwood has, but they have not they have not been able to finish a drive yet. We got to use that to our advantage. By the way, Hayob now 17 for 18 on the year on PATs. Quakers have 20 touchdowns, 9 each by Starnes and Wayrich, 1 by Ellis, and then an interception return for a touchdown by Jacob Dellinger. And we got a touchback, 2 out of 3 today. So on the season, 17 of 26 for Hayob on getting his kickoffs into the end zone for touchbacks, 2 of 3 today. So now Greenwood with a multiple possession deficit for the first time in this game. Speaking of deficit, we recently had a death. Now, I will never endorse any political view on this page, but I think it's okay to mention a politician once in a while, as long as it's not to endorse or condemn his or her views. But recently, former U.S. Senator Jim Sasser died. He was from Tennessee. He served in the 80s and 90s, and he used to consistently refer to the deficit as the deficit. So anyway, so now Greenwood, the 1 receiver to each side now, and a keeper there by Rupert, and he gets up for about 8. Rupert with his 14th keeper. He's a very good rushing quarterback. He gets 7 or 8 there. I have him 14 for 62 now, about 4.5 a carry. But yeah, Sasser pronounced it's like a deficit, like it's spelled Daffuhzit. That was part of his charm. He was a funny guy. I found him likable. So anyway, 1 receiver to each side now. A handoff there to Scaramazzo again, and we stopped him short of the first. Might get forward progress to the line of scrimmage, bringing up a very critical. They give him credit for one. So 3rd and 1, very critical 3rd down for the Woodmen here. They do not want us to get the ball back with a chance to make it a 3-possession lead. That would be very hard for them to overcome. As it is now, they have a very low margin for error. So now one receiver to each side. I believe Scaramazzo there is still in there at running back. Rupert in shotgun. And now a keeper there by Rupert. We trip him up, but he does plow forward, and I think he's got the first down and more by about 2 yards. 15 keepers now for Gunnar Rupert. And they did give him the first down. Who's that?
Seth Green.
Okay. Okay. So now one receiver to each side. One running back there, 1st and 10 at their own 31 for Greenwood. And now another keeper there by Rupert, and he plows his way forward for about 7. So Rupert has now as many rushes as... Yeah, Rupert gets 7. I have him 16 for 71. He has 16 rushes, which is the number that Jones and Scaramazzo have combined. And he has one more rushing yard than the other two combined. He has 71. They have 72 combined. So one receiver to each side, one running back now. Rupert again. And another keeper, and he takes it forward. He's got the first down, maybe one more. $8:28 to go and counting in the second quarter. Your score, Plainfield 14, Greenwood 0. Oh, they didn't make it. I thought so. A yard short. It looks like a first to me based on where the position is. I'm surprised that Greenwood's not calling for a measurement. And yeah, okay, I think they're going to do a measurement now because it looks to me like it is a first down. If not, it's within about 2 or 3 inches. I mean, it's that close. So now we got 3 officials deliberating around the ball. 8:06 to go here in the third quarter, Plainfield leading 14-0. And, you know, for those of you who've never seen a Greenwood game, I think the teams are headed to the sidelines now, so I think they're going to do a measurement. But, you know, Greenwood's logo, the G, is the same as the Green Bay Packers use. And, you know, I've noticed a lot of high school teams use professional sports teams' logos. And several years ago, I finally got around to looking that up. And basically, yeah, these major pro sports teams, they license their logos to some high school and college teams. And yeah, he did get the first down of the measurement. He gets the first down on the measurement. So yeah, let's see who else uses that G. I know in college, Georgia, Grambling State, and Greencastle High School here in Indiana. They use it, although they use a different color scheme. I think the purple is their dominant color, whereas the G in Greenwood looks about the same as the Green Bay Packers color scheme. So now one receiver to each side, one running back, and now another keeper there by Rupert, and he gets about 5 or 6. And he is moving the ball decently, but I'll tell you, we're keeping him as he gets 5 there. So it'll be 2nd and 5 for the Woodmen at their own 46. But, you know, the thing is, even if they keep on, you know, with Rupert getting these 5, 6, 7 yard gains, as long as they keep the ball in bounds, keep the clock and the chains moving, you know, then that really could play into our favor because it could take them so long to score. And now he throws deep down the right side. And did he get the catch? Incomplete. He threw deep on the right side. I couldn't tell from my vantage point. Only by my count, the sixth pass of the game for Rupert. So that'll bring up a very critical 3rd and 5 for Greenwood. But the point is, if Rupert keeps rushing, even if he keeps on. Oh, no. Oh, no. And, oh, no, that's bad news. Let me check my phone here. It says 90% chance of thunderstorms at 9 p.m., but then nothing at 10. So I'm assuming this game will likely be resumed tonight. So now, for the second time in this 5-week season, a weather delay. Oh, no. Right now, everything looks fine, but we will keep the broadcast going for now. So for those of you just joining us, let me fill you in. We just started a lightning delay with 7:21 to go in the third quarter with Plainfield leading Greenwood 14-0. It has not been a great performance by Plainfield. They've squandered a couple of golden opportunities, but they have started to settle down, and they have scored on their last 2 possessions to take the lead they have now. And right now, I have not seen any rain or lightning. It is in the forecast, but it has a 90% chance of thunderstorms at 9 on the hour-by-hour forecast by my phone. But then it has no chance of rain at 10. So most likely, I would imagine we will finish this game tonight, but we will see. Of course, if we do have to come back tomorrow for the conclusion of the game, it will be nowhere near as grueling as it was when we did that a couple of weeks ago. So hopefully we'll finish tonight, though, because I've got a lot of stuff I got to do tomorrow. So let's just wait and see here. But anyway, let's take a recap of what's happened so far. This is a game in which Plainfield has, generally played well, but they haven't seized a couple of big opportunities that they had. And so that's they allowed Greenwood to hang in there. Greenwood got the ball first, turned it over on downs inside the Plainfield 40. Then Plainfield, after moving 7 yards on its first 2 plays on its first drive, ended up with a mishandled snap, and so that resulted in a punt. Then on Greenwood's ensuing possession, Plainfield blocked a punt, took over the ball at the Greenwood 21, but then the drive ended with a missed field goal. Greenwood, on its ensuing possession, turned it over on downs at the Plainfield 27. Obviously, a very high. They turned it over at the Greenwood 27. The Greenwood 27, a very high risk play. Maybe feeling that to beat the number 1 ranked team from a higher class, they were going to have to take some risks. That one didn't pay off. However, Plainfield did not score on the ensuing possession. Luke Starnes rushed 8 yards. And then the ball came out. I thought his knee was down. The referees ruled otherwise. So Greenwood recovered, punted again, and then Plainfield finally got going on offense on a 2-yard touchdown rush by Luke Starnes that was set up by a 44-yard keeper by quarterback Bryce Sabanka, career long rush for him. Greenwood ran out nearly the entire remainder of the second quarter on its ensuing drive. Ran off over 7.5 minutes, missed a 31-yard field goal. It hit the crossbar, and then Plainfield scored easily on the first possession of the second half to take the 14-0 lead that they have now. Weston Wayrich scored from 13 yards out. So Right now, 8:35 your time of day. We have a lightning delay. Hopefully, it will pass soon. I know that. You see, the thing is, I heard the PA guys say like something like in impending bad weather. Because I know the standard rule is that if there's a sight of lightning, you have to wait 30 minutes to resume the game. But I don't know about anybody else here in the stadium. Maybe the officials saw some lightning somewhere. I haven't. Um, but we'll see what happens. Um, right now, the field is clear here, and I think the bleachers are as well. Um, so hopefully and the thing is, by the way, I don't know. Assuming the games resume tonight, I don't know if the delay will favor one team or another. I doubt it. These are two teams that are they're heavily rushing teams. Greenwood's passed more this season, but tonight they've been heavily a rushing team, and they've had moderate success with it. They've moved the ball well, has gotten a lot of first downs, just haven't finished drives. So, I think I would think that it would be more disruptive to a passing oriented team where I would think that getting into a good rhythm between the quarterback and the receivers is more important. Um, that could be just my misconception. Keep in mind I'm only a commentator, not a player or a coach. But you know, speaking of that G, this is a story that I think this is an appropriate time to tell during the lightning delay. I one time went to a family reunion in Greensboro, Georgia, about 75 miles east of Atlanta, small town, about I think 2,800 is the population. Um, and anyway, I met a second cousin of mine who I had no memory of. If I had ever met him, it was probably not since I was a little kid. Um, anyway, I found out that I had a second cousin who was a quarterback for the University of Georgia, and yes, that University of Georgia, the Bulldogs in the SEC. His name is Brian Moore. Last I heard, he was an assistant coach now at a. Well, I mean, I think it's been in the last 10 years. I heard he was an assistant coach for a high school team in Georgia. I need to look him up again, but anyway, he played for the Bulldogs from 1988 to 92. He redshirted 1 year, and his senior year, he was actually the number 2 quarterback. The problem is Eric Zier came in as a freshman that year and was the starter. Nevertheless, my second cousin did get into 5 games that year, and seemed like a nice guy. We played catch, just threw the football back and forth. So I had the experience of playing catch, of having a football thrown to me by an SEC quarterback. And, if I had known about his football career while he was playing, especially since I was only living in southern Indiana at the time, I would have tried to go to at least one of his games at Kentucky or Vanderbilt, which would, both been like from where I was living at the time in New Albany, Indiana, suburban Louisville. It would have been about an hour and a half to a Kentucky game there in Lexington, and then about 3 hours down to Nashville to Vanderbilt. Whenever Georgia played there. So, anyways, that's just my fun piece of trivia. And wish his talent had rubbed off on me. Because I'm 5'10" and no athletic skill. But I have an extremely analytical brain type, which is why I'm a good commentator. I hope I'm a good commentator. I feel comfortable at it anyway. Whether I'm good or not, that's actually a matter of opinion. But I feel like I'm pretty good at analyzing the game. So, the thing is, what a lot of people don't realize, quarterback is not a dumb jock position. A lot of positions in baseball, football, basketball, hockey, you can have, low intelligence and still be good. But quarterback is the one position where you need some brain power because you don't just need talent. There are guys who have good arms, but they don't make good quarterbacks because they don't have good analytical skills. Which does not mean they're dumb, by the way. It just means that's one. People have different brain types. You can be highly intelligent and not have good analytical skills. There's this test. I don't remember the name of it, but they give it to quarterbacks who are trying to play in the NFL. and a perfect score is 16 in 1998 when Peyton Manning and Ryan Leaf were expected to be the top two picks of the draft, though not necessarily in that order. Peyton scored a 16 out of 16, Leaf only an 8 out of 16. And, I just find it fascinating to watch those old NFL films, episodes on the Colts from the Peyton era, and to hear him explain why he called a certain play. It's fascinating. The guy's an analytical genius, and that's why he was so successful. And so, I have that kind of analytical brain type. I just didn't get the body type with it. If I had been several inches taller and, had the physical tools, I think I would have been a good quarterback. So, but I love what I do. Nobody loves his job more than I love, my job as a high school football commentator here in my home state of Indiana. It's one of my great passions, and no matter how bad my week is, and usually my week is good. Don't get me wrong. Bad things do happen to me as to everybody else. Those 3 hours are just such a wonderful release. And that's one reason why I don't talk about politics during my broadcasts. Part of it is out of respect for you. I'm sure we got some Republicans who are Plainfield fans and some Democrats who are Plainfield fans, and, people who have other views or no views or who are independents. And that's the way it should be, if diversity is really what we strive for, we should welcome differences in opinions and understand that, we all have different experiences and values that shape who we are. And the thing that we have in common is that, we love these Plainfield kids. We love the community, the school, and that's what ties us together. So that's why I always say, we have 165 hours a week to argue about politics. And believe me, that's far more time than we need. So from 7 to 10 on Friday nights, we're not Democrats, we're not Republicans, we're simply Quakers. And besides, keeping away from politics to respect you all, I also do it for my own sanity. And believe me, I am worried about this election. I'm worried about the future of this country, and I need that time away. I think one thing that so many people fail to understand, the people who've gotten politics into sports, they don't understand that one thing people like about sports is that it's typically non-political. We like to we have the stress of our jobs and all the problems in the world, and we want to just be able to sit down occasionally for 2 or 3 hours and forget about it all and just relax. After Bob Knight died last year, I wrote a long essay about him, titled "Remembering Bob Knight: The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly." You should be able to find it online, and it's an estimated 53-minute read. I really go into great depth, and I mention, for those 2 hours when I would watch IU basketball during the Knight era, I forgot about all the problems in the world, except, as I said, half jokingly but half truthfully, except the problems that IU was having in that game. Those problems were, at the forefront of my mind when I watched IU basketball. So, and that's how I am now when I watch Plainfield Quakers football. I forget about all the problems, except for whatever problems. I forget about all the problems of the world, except for, the problems that Plainfield was having in that game. You go back 2 years ago, it was August 11th, a Thursday 2 years ago, when my mother suffered a stroke. And the first game of that season was August 19th, 8 days after her stroke. She had the stroke August 11th, the first game of the season. That game where we hosted Greenfield Central was August the 19th. And, after her stroke, up until her death on October 11th, 61 days after the stroke, I cut out most of my extracurricular activities. I did do my regular job, but I cut out most of the other stuff I normally do. But I did keep doing the sports broadcasts, including, about the last 3 or 4 weeks when we finally conceded that her death was probably imminent, which turned out it was, unfortunately, very sadly. And then, after she died on Tuesday, October 11th, I commentated 3 days later at Martinsville. And as I explained to people in my family, I had to do those broadcasts to keep my sanity. I mean, I was thinking, throughout the week about my mother's condition. And, there was a lot on my mind, not only about her impending death, but also, wondering what's going to happen with so many other things, there was a lot of stress, a lot of stress. But then, that 3 hours under the Friday Night Lights it would be a release for me. It would just be a time for me to just calm down and catch my breath and just be refreshed. And, it was good for my mental health. And so I made the right decision by, continuing that season. And, that was those Plainfield games that year. And of course, that was the year they won the sectional. That was like a light in the fog for me, and so anyway, that's why I made the decision I did. And if some other person, chose to just take the season off and not commentate, maybe it would be the right decision for that person. I'm just saying I'm just explaining what the right decision for me was. But anyway, for those of you just joining us, we are at our second lightning delay in the first 5 weeks of this season, with Plainfield leading 14-0. I remember one time I commentated a Plainfield. It was either a JV or freshman game. It was a Monday evening game, back around 2016, 2017. And it was against Greenwood, and we had one lightning delay, and then we resumed play, and then finally late in the third quarter, lightning came back, and at that point, the coaches mutually agreed to cancel the game. I wish there was in the Indianapolis 500 after the game, and I just saw lightning, unfortunately, so it'll be at least half an hour before we resume play here. But in the Indianapolis 500, there's a rule. It's a 200 lap race, as you probably know. And if at least 101 laps have been completed, the officials have the power to end the race and to declare a winner. I wish they could do that here and they could just declare us the winner, since they've played more than half the game here and we're at 14-0. But regardless, I imagine this game will be completed whether tonight or tomorrow. We shall see. But certainly I want to finish this out tonight, if at all possible. I can come back tomorrow if I absolutely have to, but I obviously don't want to. It's a big hassle, although it would not be as much of a hassle as, going home from Tippecanoe County near West Lafayette and then coming back the next day and having to miss my class reunion. So anyway, when we resume play, it will be it will be Plainfield leading 14-0 here in the third quarter, 7:21 to go. Greenwood will have the ball 3rd and 5 at their own 46. The Woodmen have rushed the ball well, but they have not finished drives. Part of it is that they've had bad starting field position, which has really helped us a lot. Plainfield started off struggling to finish drives. Came away with no points on their first 3 drives, despite starting 2 of them inside the Greenwood 30. But now they're starting to hit their stride. Scored on their last 2 possessions, a 2-yard touchdown by Luke Starnes, a 13-yard touchdown rush by Weston Wayrich, the 9th touchdown of the season for each. And so anyway, well, we just got more lightning, so hopefully this will pass quickly. Let me check my phone again to see if there's any updates here. It says rain is expected to stop in 38 minutes. Right now it's 8:49, so 38 minutes from now would be now it says 37 minutes. So that would be 37 minutes from now would be 9:27. And so then usually I think it's a 20-minute warm-up period for the kids once they come back. And that means that we would look at the game getting over somewhere in the neighborhood of 10:45. And keep in mind, at the Plainfield at Mooresville game back in 2015, we finished that game around 11:30 that night. I think we were delayed 2 hours that night. And I was glad we got it done that night, though. And of course, the thing is, that's easier to play that, because we're only 6 miles away from Mooresville, so it wasn't such a hassle to keep us there. I guess hanging out in the gym or the locker room or wherever. So anyway, yeah, my son's next to me, just having fun, just doing stuff on the internet, I guess, and probably watching elevator videos. But anyway, certainly it's great to be with you all, hang in with you all tonight. Oh boy, and I just realized, I said earlier, I was glad that I actually got a seat in the press box this year after 2 years ago when we last played here, having to commentate from the visiting bleachers. Now I'm even more glad that I got a place in the press box. So anyway, I just had more lightning again. Hopefully this will pass. And I haven't heard any communication with anybody in the walkie-talkies like I did 3 weeks ago at Harrison. So I assume probably they've just decided that the plan is to just let this pass through and then resume the game. I hope so anyway. Nevertheless, I will stick here with you. So Plainfield's headed for 5-0. If they hang on to win, which looks likely now, not certain. But if we could stop Plainfield, if we could stop Greenwood on this drive that we're on, and then use a big chunk of time on our next drive, then that would go a long way toward winning it for us. Because if Greenwood gets a touchdown on this drive, it'll be a one possession game regardless of the outcome of the conversion. So, that's something to keep in mind. So that's all the more reason why we really got to buckle down and try to stop them from scoring. And of course, they're still in their own territory, 3rd and 5 at their own 46. And another thing to keep in mind that Greenwood is only 10 for 15 on PATs and 1 for 4 on 2-point conversion attempts. So, there's a good chance that even if they score 2 touchdowns, that they will not get at least 2 conversion points. And that's why it's so vital to have, someone who is good, who hits the extra points consistently, and, someone who's, and to have, the ability to get the 2-point conversion. And this year, like I said, Hayob is 17 for 18 on 2-point conversions, 17 for 18 on 1-point conversions, which is very good. Last year, we only attempted 10 1-point conversions, made them all. And like I said, went for 22-point conversions. I'm not sure why we've only gone for 1 this year, but it's worked. So, and more lightning just now. So, again, it'll be at least half an hour before we resume. But and now it's starting to rain. It's starting to rain here. Oh, and now it's starting to rain heavily. And boy, that was almost all at once. So hopefully this will just pass through, and then we'll resume the game. But I'll tell you, I don't know when the last time, looking at this gray turf here that I told you about earlier, I don't know when the last time was that I commentated a team with natural grass. I think it might have been 8 or 9 years now. And it's great that these safe artificial surfaces have become affordable to these high school teams. I remember the early, like AstroTurf was notorious for, its high injury rate. Supposedly it had 3 times the injury rate of natural grass. But I've walked on some of these surfaces, and it feels like you're walking on natural grass. So that's great. And you don't have the problem of the mud. I'll tell you what might be the last time I commentated in the rain. It was back in the 2012 season, in which I commentated Danville at Lebanon. The early years with AudioSportsOnline.com, I alternated between Plainfield and other Audio Sports Online schools, and now for the last 4 years, it's been exclusively Plainfield, and I'm very happy that way, and I hope to keep on doing that for a few more decades, at least until I'm Vince Scully's age. He last commentated, I believe, at 88. I'm 53 now, so that would give me at least 36 more years if I outdo him. But hopefully the good Lord will allow me to live and see and think that long and talk too. That's another big one. But I commentated Danville at Lebanon. Danville was an audio sports online school at that time. So I went up there to Lebanon, and it was a rainy night, and it was natural grass, so it was a really muddy field. And basically, and keep in mind, I don't know about now because I haven't commentated Lebanon in football since 2016. That night I did a doubleheader at Rob Kindle, and I did a doubleheader at Lucas Oil Stadium. It was Plainfield, Decatur Central, and then Tri-West Lebanon. But last time I commentated Lebanon, they had a horrible color scheme from a commentator's perspective. Black jerseys with purple numbers. So there was so little contrast between the jersey and the number to begin with, making it hard to read. And then on top of that, you got the mud. And for much of the game, when Lebanon had the ball, I would just refer to whoever had the ball as the ball carrier. I got to the point I didn't even bother trying to see, who was carrying the ball. So anyway, the only other time I commentated at Lebanon, it was in the 2013 playoffs when Plainfield played their loss in the first round, 35-24. That was the game. I mentioned that game a lot. 11 years later, it stands out of my mind because I always describe it as the only game I've ever believed that a team lost because their kicker wasn't with them. Morgan Hagee was our junior kicker that year. He was great as a sophomore, already established himself as maybe the best sophomore kicker in the state that year. Suffered a broken leg as a junior, only played 2 games. And we lost 35-24. And there were 2 times in that game when we were in the red zone and came away with no points because we went for it on 4th down because Hagee wasn't there. And they would have both been chip shot field goals for him. So we have Morgan Hagee in that game. We win that game. I think we would have played Ron Colley the next week, and they probably would have beaten us. But, at least we would have gotten a playoff win. But, yeah, that was one game where Lebanon was a decent team, but, we would have beaten them handily at full strength. And now we've got a real heavy downpour here, but it's expected to be short-lived. So now let's see. It says on my phone, rain is expected to stop in 24 minutes, so just sit tight, and hopefully then we'll be back within an hour playing football here, though we still have lightning, so it'll be at least half an hour. But, yeah, just hang in there. Hopefully we'll have the resumption of football tonight. And hopefully there will be a McDonald's lobby open by the time this game is through. Though we shall see. Might have to go through a drive-through. I try to avoid drive-throughs. Lines since COVID, the drive-through lines have just gotten so overly long. Anyway, for those of you just joining us, we are at a lightning delay here. Second lightning delay of the season. First one 3 weeks ago at Harrison. We had to come back the next day for the Quakers 24-9 win. Now we are in the third quarter with 7:21 to go. Plainfield leading 14-0. Your Quakers ranked number 1 for the second consecutive week in Class 5A. They got off to a shaky start, squandered a couple of early drives that we started inside the Greenwood 30, but then we've settled down and scored on our last 2 possessions, 1 touchdown each by Luke Starnes and Weston Wayrich, the 9th touchdown of the season for each of them. Now the rain's starting to get a little milder here. That's a good sign. And hopefully the lightning will die down along with it. And of course, that's one thing is that now the field won't be muddy when we resume play here. I so much hope we get this game done tonight. And if the weather, as shown on my phone's forecast, is accurate, we will. I am going to go grab a cookie here because I am hungry. I saw my son with one. They have really good cookies here in the press box. No pizza, but they got good cookies. So hold on just a moment here. And so it's so dark here, I can't tell what flavor this is, but it looks good enough from the little I can see. Smells good too. Smells just like being in a bakery. That's very refreshing right now. Oh, homemade. All right. That's my favorite kind. And very, very good. You do indeed. Yeah, Liam just said if it's homemade, you know what you're putting in it. Words of wisdom, Liam, my man. Words of wisdom. So, yeah, processed stuff is a risk factor for developing cancer. Oh, boy, look at that brain on Liam. It makes me a proud dad. So, speaking of proud dad, one of my favorite press box moments. Back in the 2013 season, I actually commentated Decatur Central baseball. Yes, I was once a Decatur Central commentator. It's true. And I commentated them in baseball at Plainfield. This is 2013 now. And Hunter Smith, I mentioned Hunter Smith was playing baseball for Plainfield at that time. And then I mentioned that earlier that school year, the year before, well, in 2012, in the 2012-2013 school year, when Plainfield and Decatur Central, the schools that were playing baseball against each other at that moment, were playing football against each other. In the final seconds of the game, after the Quakers had just taken a 17-14 lead, then Decatur Central quarterback Taylor Douglas threw a pass that was intercepted by Hunter Smith of Plainfield. Then after the game, I walked down from the press box, and then I saw this smiling middle-aged man, and he said, "I'm Hunter Smith's dad." Of course, I had no idea, so I was glad that I made a dad proud that day. So, being a dad myself, I know what it's like to be proud of my kids. So, such a good cookie. Speaking of Pulp Fiction, that reminds me of that scene. Going back to that scene where where Vincent and Jules confront Brett. The guy who's sleeping on the couch, who was the first person shot in that scene. But anyway, I remember Jules talking about what a tasty burger it is. And there were just so many classic lines in that scene, that being one of them. And got to pull up the scene here, and I'm sure I can find the dialogue for it online so I can get it word for word. I won't repeat any of the bad words. Don't worry, because there's the big Kahuna burger. Thank you, Liam. Liam just found it. It's a Hawaiian burger joint. Okay. Yeah. No, there are quite a few lines in that scene that are not repeatable on the air, because I promise to always make my sports broadcasts G-rated.
Burger is a fictional chain of Hawaiian-themed fast food restaurants that has appeared in films by Quentin Tarantino and Robert Rodriguez, including Death Proof, Four Rooms, Pulp Fiction, Reservoir Dogs, and From Dusk Till Dawn.
Okay, Kahuna Burger is a fictional burger joint that appears in movies by Tarantino. And who else, Liam? Robert Rodriguez. Okay. Okay, director of the Spy Kids saga. Okay. Well, thank you, Liam. Liam is the biggest source of movie trivia information that I know. And so for those of you just joining us, the reason we're talking about Pulp Fiction and a whole lot of other stuff is because we are in a lightning delay right now. But I'm hanging in there so let you all know the situation, so you won't tune in and wonder what's going on. Plainfield is leading. That's the good news, 14-0. Just got to wait for this storm to pass through, and now it is saying now rain is expected to stop in 26 minutes. So it's regressed here, but because a few minutes ago it was like 24, I think. So now now it says 28 minutes. That would put it at 9:33. However, it's showing at the 10 o'clock forecast, no rain or lightning at all. So hopefully that will come to pass and we can resume this game and get it finished here tonight. And like I said, that Plainfield at Mooresville game in 2015 that I commentated, that went on till about 11:15. I think we had a 2-hour delay for that one. And that game, I'm not sure that we would have won under normal circumstances. Mooresville, that was the best season under then head coach Chad Dockery. That was their only 500 season between Mark Bless and Mike Gillen. They had Mooresville that season had a senior quarterback named Alex Fabert, who was one of the most underrated quarterbacks in the state his junior and senior seasons. And he ended up playing collegiately at Hanover College down in Jefferson County, my home county. That's where my hometown of Madison is. My aunt Bridget taught at Hanover College for about 42 years, taught German, French, and history. But anyway, by the way, one of her students there was Woody Harrelson. It's a true story. Looked like around 81 or something like that. But anyway, that night when we played Mooresville, they were a heavily passing team. And I really believe that, they were thrown out of rhythm by the lightning delay. We won 24-7 in that game. They just didn't get their passing offense going very well. The year before, when Favorite was a junior, that it was a different story. We won that game. Mooresville won that game against us 20-6 that year. Favorite threw for over 300 yards. He's a very good player. Hopefully he's doing well with whatever path he's chosen for his life. If he has a Hanover College degree, obviously that's something good to enter the workforce with. So anyway, so the rain's starting to get a little lighter here, so that gives a little glimmer of hope. But again, this is supposed to be over by 10. It's 9:08 now, so we'll keep hanging with you until the game is either called or resumed. But anyway, right now, let's take a look at Plainfield's schedule for the remainder of the regular season. Next week, they return home for their first home game in 3 weeks. This is their only 2-game road trip of the regular season, at least. We will be playing Decatur Central 1 week from tonight. The Hawks off to a disappointing 1-2 start. They actually opened the season ranked number 1 in Class 5A, while we opened at number 9. Now Decatur Central's at 9, and we're at number 1. So we've switched positions with the Hawks, and hopefully we'll stay at number 1. Decatur Central now, they lost to Columbus North back in week 1, 41-15, although it should be noted the Bulldogs are a Class 6A team, and they're currently 4-0 and ranked number 7 in their class. Then in week 2, Decatur Central went out to New Palestine, currently the number 1 ranked team in Class 4A. The game was canceled at halftime with the teams tied at 21. So it was a solid performance by the Hawks. Then 2 weeks ago, Decatur Central got its first win. They beat currently 7th ranked Whiteland 42-29. Whiteland, not quite the rushing defense, not quite the rushing offense we're accustomed to for them this year. And then Mooresville last week got an upset win over Decatur Central 39-38. So the Hawks off to a disappointing start, but lest that give you comfort heading into next week's game. Keep in mind last year we thought they were down. They started off 2-2, but then they won all the rest of their games heading into the state championship game, the Class 5A state championship game, where their magic finally ran out. They lost 33-6 to Fort Wayne Snyder. Nevertheless, it was a great run. Only the 4th time ever that a mid-state conference team has gotten to any state championship game. The other time, Plainfield in 2000, Decatur Central 2018, and Whiteland in 2022. And so, obviously, a disappointing, obviously a disappointing loss last week for Decatur Central, but they certainly have shown that they can, finish strong. Similarly, we thought Whiteland was down last year. They were 3-4 when we played them, and then they completely, just thoroughly out executed us, got that 22-8 win, and then went all the way to a sectional championship game. So, I said going into the off season, and in fact, I announced it before the Harrison game even ended in the playoffs. When our loss began to look imminent, I said our slogan for the next season should be "Finish Strong." So hopefully we will do that. But anyway, let me back up here. So next week, back home against Decatur Central. I believe that's our homecoming. Then week after that, 7, we go on the road against Franklin. They're currently 2-2 and ranked number 12 in Class 5A. Then October 11th, we come back home for our regular season home finale against Whiteland. Currently, number 8 in the AP poll, number 7 in the USA Today Network poll. And then finally, we closed the season out at Martinsville, the regular season. Martinsville currently 4-0 and ranked number 4 in Class 4A. And like I said, got a upset win over Decatur Central last week. So schedule does get tougher from here. But looking at I haven't looked closely at Franklin or Martinsville. I have looked closely at Decatur Central and Whiteland, and I don't believe either team is as good as last year. That could change. They could improve a lot throughout the season. Those are both programs that, traditionally have a lot of talent and are well coached. Right now, I don't think either one is going to be as good as last year. I think if we play our A game, we can beat both teams. And again, there's a good chance we're going to have 2 more games against each of those teams the rest of the way. We're definitely playing them in the regular season, and we're going to have to beat at least one, if not both of them, to win the sectional. They're 2 of our 3 sectional rivals, Anderson being the other. So, anyway, it'll be interesting. I'm curious and now the rain is pretty close to stopped here, so that's a good sign. We still got some lightning, though. That's the bad thing. So let's see. Now it's saying rain is expected to stop in 24 minutes. Got a light rain here. Now we just got to get rid of the lightning, and then we will be ready to resume play. So
they play football in heavy rain, but with lightning, it's a line they never cross.
Yeah, Liam's correct. Yeah, lightning's the only weather condition in which we do not play football. Certainly, that's.
Play football in the snow.
No, we play football in snow.
Oh.
Yeah. 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 Yeah, Liam wouldn't. The thing is, obviously, we normally don't have snow for. When high school football's in session, we normally don't have snow. But, it is possible. It's a slight chance, And, let me think here. Only one time. I don't think I've ever seen a single snowflake fall in a football game that I've commentated. And tonight, by the way, is my 134th game as a high school football commentator for varsity. I've also commentated a few dozen freshman and JV games. But what I was saying is that on Halloween night, 2014, hard to believe it'll be 10 years ago next month, I was headed out to Northview when Plainfield played there in the second round of the playoffs. Northview is in the lovely community of Brazil near Terre Haute. And there was actually light snow on the way there. And I believe it's the second coldest game I've ever commentated. I think the kickoff temperature was like 37. And then when I commentated Avon at Center Grove in the playoffs in 2018. Fortunately, it was a climate-controlled press box, but I believe the kickoff temperature was like 27, 28, 29, something like that. So of all the nights to be in a climate-controlled press box, that was it. Also, Center Grove actually had a full-service buffet for the media. That was awesome. I mean, it was like what you'd get like at a like Golden Corral or someplace like that. That was super cool. I mean, I would rather they had pizza, of course, but anyway, let's see here. Of course, so that's the one thing I will be ready to dig into the pizza next week, or I'll be ready to dig into the pizza next week. At Plainfield after 2 weeks off, after 2 weeks away from it. So anyway, 9:16 your time of day now. We're in a lightning delay here in Game 5 of the season. Plainfield leading Greenwood 14-0, 7:21 to go in the third quarter. Greenwood will have the ball 3rd and 5 at their own 46 when they resume. The Quakers, after failing to score in their first 3 possessions, have now scored on their last two full possessions, not counting one play to end the first half. The Woodmen did a good job early on containing, not stopping, but containing the dynamic duo backfield of Luke Starnes and Weston Wayrich, but finally both Starnes and Wayrich have started to get going in the last couple of possessions. Each has a touchdown now, in each case his 9th on the season. So anyway, I'll tell you, it's great to be here, and you hate these lightning delays are frustrating, but we'll stick with it. Heck, we stuck through 301 days of no Quakers football from the end of last season to the start of this one, so we can hack 45 minutes or an hour delay. And of course we endured that delay at Harrison, where we went home, and a lot of us came back the next day. And if I were filthy rich, I would have gone across the field to the visiting bleachers and taken everybody, all the Plainfield fans who were there on Saturday, out to lunch after the game. Wow. We have such great fans, and they waited a long time to have a number one team. Feels good to be number one now, but I would trade it for a deep playoff run. Of course, hopefully we'll have both. Hopefully we'll keep our number one ranking the whole season and have a deep playoff run. But I'll tell you, the older I get, the more I become inspired, and the more I appreciate North Carolina State's 1983 national championship in men's basketball. I was watching that championship game when it happened. I was watching it with my mom and my maternal grandmother and my brother, and I remember when it ended how shocked we all were. And to this day, I think it's the most spectacular ending to any championship event ever in any sport at any level. And I've learned in recent years, though, that the championship run was so amazing because of all the obstacles they had to overcome. They likely, keep in mind, they had a 52-team tournament rather than a 48-team tournament, or rather than a 64 or now 68-team tournament back then. And there's their I think it was their point guard Derek Wittenberg missed 17 games of the regular season. They went through a down stretch while he was out. Then he came back late in the regular season, but they still likely had to win their ACC tournament, those 3 games to get into the NCAA tournament, and they did. And so counting the ACC and NCAA tournaments, 9 games, they won 7 of them either by 1 or 2 points or in overtime. So that was just an incredible streak. And I can imagine, the reason I believe that the NCAA men's basketball tournament is one of America's most beloved sporting events is the unpredictability, the unlikely heroes, the fantastic finishes, the inspirational stories. And, if you have a team that makes a Cinderella run, those 2 or 3 weeks there in March are just magical. And I've been through that myself. I mean, I grew up obviously, with many great tournament runs for IU. But, in 2010, when Butler made it to the championship game, of course, they made it again in 2011. When they made it in 2010, and it seemed to unite the whole state in ways that IU and Purdue, never have. Yeah, those 3 weeks were just magical. Even though they lost, they lost the championship game to Duke. That was such a special time, and I wish Brad Stevens had stayed. Although he did do better in the NBA than I thought he would. A heck of a lot of far more big time college coaches fail in the NBA than succeed. I mean, I would never ever leave a major college coaching job for an NBA job. It's just there's too much coaching instability in the NBA, and not to mention the attitudes of the players these days are just so awful, so toxic. So anyway, for those of you just joining us, we are in a lightning delay, although it looks like the weather is getting better here at Greenwood. We had a very bad storm that took place. It delayed the game with 7:21 to go in the third quarter, and Plainfield leading 14-0. When we resume play, Greenfield will have the ball 3rd and 5 at their own 46. Greenwood, yeah, thank you, Liam. Not Greenfield, Greenwood. I'm surprised. I think it's the first time I've made that mistake tonight. Here in Indiana high school sports, it's really confusing because you got Greenwood, then Greenwood Christian, which is now starting to play football. I think they just started in the last couple of years. They've been playing basketball quite a few years now. So Greenwood, Greenwood Christian, Greenfield Central, Greencastle, and Greensburg. So I every time I commentate any of those schools, I usually multiple times in the broadcast refer to them as one of the other schools. I try not to, but it's so hard. And so anyway, let me open my weather app again. So it looks like the rain has stopped, or at least very close to it right now. So it's 9:23. We still have lightning here, but it's there's no lightning in the forecast at 10. Let me see here. I'm looking at. I'll try to find any pertinent information. Well, 90 degrees was the high temperature today in Greenwood, which is very high for week 5 of the season. It would be high for week 1. I haven't commentated a lot of 90 degree. I haven't commentated a lot of games in which it got to be 90 degrees that day. So we just got lightning again. So pushes the clock back another half hour. We have to wait till half an hour after the last sight of lightning, but so hopefully they'll just persevere here and get this game resumed. And so 9:24 now, your time of day. I'd imagine if they can get this game resumed in the next 45 minutes to an hour, they will, without postponing it until tomorrow. And now it was really interesting. You go back to Coach Bless's show 2 weeks ago Sunday, where he talked about how they got the Harrison game rescheduled. You realize that it's a real load to get a high school game rescheduled. I mean, first of all, they had to come up with the officials, and part of the way they did that was by canceling the JV and freshman games that were scheduled for the next day and using those officials for the rescheduling of the varsity game, which was at 11 a.m. the next day. So anyway, for those of you who are hanging with us in the audience, thank you. You're a true fan. I wish I could come over there and buy you dinner tonight, or have pizza sent to your house. But right now, it looks like the worst of the weather is over. There is still some rain and some lightning in the distance, and the weather app on my phone doesn't have it lasting much longer, fortunately. But yeah, we've been on the air now for over 2.5 hours, close to 2 hours and 45 minutes, in fact. And Plainfield is leading. One thing I hate about the lightning delay is that, it happened when we were really getting our momentum going, when we had overcome the shaky start. So fortunately, fortunately, we did overcome that and got those 2 touchdowns in our last 2 possessions. And but yeah, definitely appreciate you, sticking with it, and all you diehard Quaker fans, and we believe that this team has the potential to be something very special. The number 1 ranking is special, but we have our sight higher. We don't want to just be ranked number 1 in the regular season. We want a deep playoff run. Plainfield might be the best high school football program in the state that's only won 2 sectional championships. Coach Woodard, during his 17-year tenure as head coach, was Coach Woodard, in 17 years as head coach, was very critical about the lack of competitive balance in the sectionals. If Plainfield had been in a lot of the if Plainfield had just been if Plainfield had been in sectionals of average toughness during Woodard's tenure, I think Coach Woodard would have had 7 or more sectional championships. But because Plainfield, they had to share the sectional so many times with Cathedral and Ron Colley, and then in more recent years, Decatur Central, and in Zionsville to a lesser extent, it just really distorts our numbers, and people, look at you only 2 sectional championships, and they think it's, they think that sounds weak, but it's really not when you consider who they've lost to. I always mentioned the 16 years, Coach Woodard, 16 years, he was eliminated in the sectional 4 times to Cathedral, 4 times to Ron Colley, 4 times to Decatur Central, twice to Zionsville, then once to Westfield, once to Lebanon. So, yeah, he just had incredibly bad luck with the sectionals he was placed in. So now 9:28 your time of day here, and the rain has mostly subsided. Now we're just waiting on the lightning so we can get this thing started again. And it'll be interesting to see how many fans come back for the conclusion. When we had the resumption of the game at Harrison 3 weeks ago, I think we had maybe 60, 70, 80 Plainfield fans there the next day, maybe 500 Harrison fans. But anyway, well, you can only control what you can control. We can control a lot of things. We can't control the weather. Gosh darn it. But at this time, I've been talking nearly 3 hours straight, so I'm going to take a gulp of my soda here. So just bear with me for a few seconds. I love the feeling of carbonation on my throat when when I'm very thirsty, and when I've been talking a lot. And of course, getting back to Pulp Fiction, that reminds me of the scene where Jules sips the rest of Brett's Sprite. So another classic moment of that movie. Wow. Wow, that's really cool. Yeah. Yeah, Liam just found on Family Search that what are you, Liam? Yeah, Liam just found out on his family tree that he's an eighth cousin once removed of Samuel L. Jackson. That's really cool. Yeah, we really, Liam and I really love studying genealogy, and it's fascinating. I've traced, I've traced my ancestry through each of my four grandparents back at least 400 years, in some cases over 1,000 years. Much more so on my dad's side than my mom's side. My dad's side is predominantly English and Irish, and um, you know, well, Sherry told me that that England, that basically that part of the world, was that they started keeping birth records before a lot of other parts of the world did. So, yeah, I also have, basically my mom's side of the family is mainly German and Swedish, and we have a lot of other little stuff sprinkled in. And Actually, I found out that actually have distant Cherokee and Delaware Indian heritage. I was surprised to see that. Um, but yeah, I actually have quite diverse ancestry if you get back several hundred years. But last 400 or 500 years, mainly English, Irish, German, Swedish, and
Eastern Europe, a lot of our Eastern European ancestors come from Macedonia.
yeah, and we do have quite a bit of distant Macedonian ancestry. That's true. Um, and by the way, I would not use my distant Cherokee or Delaware heritage to try to get like a minority scholarship or anything like that. I don't think that would be ethical. But it is cool knowing that I do have that ancestry, and it's a reminder that most of us are if we really look back 10 generations or more, we find out that we're melting pots of a lot of different things that we didn't realize. And so it's a fascinating study. Um, I had a granduncle, my uncle Herman. He was married to my paternal grandmother's sister, and he frequently he would drive around to like county buildings and stuff like that to study genealogy. He died in 2002, and I can only imagine what he would have done with the internet, with everything that's available now. That so many, you can look up so many birth and death records and things like that. Um, so anyway, now it's 9:33 your time of day. We're still in a lightning delay. Plainfield leads Greenwood 14-0 with 7:21 to go here in the third quarter. 76 degrees. Now hold on, let me listen to this guy on the walkie-talkie in case it's an important announcement. Okay, they're going to take the field at 9:45, play at 9:50. All right, we're going to be back in business here. That's great news. I'm glad I don't have to come back tomorrow because I've got, actually, I did have stuff. I had my class reunion scheduled for the day after the Harrison game, but that was something that I could get out of. I've got, stuff tomorrow that would be harder to get out of. So, yeah, I just wanted to make sure we got it played tonight, if at all possible. I mean, if we can, we had to come back tomorrow. Of course, it would also depend on what time they wanted to reschedule it tomorrow. Like I remember one time, I went up to Frankfurt to cover Danville. They were back in 2012, and they just they didn't even play it. They didn't even start it. They scheduled it for 6 p.m. the next day. So, depending on what time it would be rescheduled tomorrow, that would affect how easy it would be for me to get back. Or, I mean, I would get back here. It just, there's certain things that I would not want to have to reschedule. I'm acting in a film tomorrow morning, playing a news guy over in Greenfield, and I was very thankful to get the job. So I would not have wanted to have to call the director and say, hey, my game got postponed till tomorrow morning. So anyway, hopefully we'll get the game finished tonight. It looks pretty promising based on the hour-by-hour forecast here on my phone. And yeah, that's right. That's another thing. And then my dad and my son and I we're going out to a movie tomorrow. My dad's already bought tickets for. It starts at 4 p.m. We're going to see the movie Reagan, starring Dennis Quaid, and it's I would hate to, after my dad bought the tickets, to tell him we got to cancel that. So it's always good when things work out, and I'm willing to take a 1 hour lightning delay if it'll get us if the game will get played tonight and I don't have to cancel anything tomorrow. So anyway, this is, like I said, this is my 134th game as a high school football commentator. I really I've experienced enough now. I think I could write a very interesting book, about my experiences in high school sports commentary. Not only this, but also that I've done probably a couple hundred basketball games, high school basketball games. Then a couple of years ago, my broadcast partner, Rob Kendall, and I did some broadcasts, 9 to be exact, for the Indiana Lions, a minor league pro basketball team that plays in Danville. They're a minor league basketball team, pro basketball team that plays in Danville in the American Basketball Association, not to be confused with the league that the Pacers played in. But anyway, in case you're just joining us, we're about to end a lightning delay. We got a nice full moon there in the distance. That looks cool.
It doesn't quite look like a full moon.
It's close to a full moon at least. But anyway, it's Plainfield's leading 14-0. The players are supposed to return to the field, and now they're starting music over the PA, I guess, to signal that we're back in business here. The players are supposed to return to the field at 9:45 and resume play at 9:50. And there we hear Led Zeppelin, a song from I think this is called "Fool in the Rain." I think it's from this is from their last album, In Through the Outdoor. I'll tell you, I'm 53 years old. To put this in perspective, I started listening to the radio in 5th grade during the 1981-82 school year, and at first I listened to a lot of like pop stuff, like Daryl Hall and John Oates were the first artists that I was a fan of. And then around the mid-'80s, I started switching to the AOR stations, and in particular started picking up on the 70s. And over the next few years, I got into Led Zeppelin, Kansas, Styx, Boston, Queen, Pink Floyd, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Electric Light Orchestra, all those super classic bands. And, I was hoping then that Led Zeppelin would reunite. Heck, they lost their drummer, John Bonham, but still got 3 of the 4. But, it ended up that Led Zeppelin so far to this day, 44 years now after John Bonham's death. In fact, next Wednesday will be the 45th anniversary of his death, 44th anniversary of his death. And they've never reunited. But, one thing I like about that is they have preserved the integrity of the Led Zeppelin name. They've never allowed it to be cheapened. And so many classic rock bands have let their names be cheapened. You have Leonard Skinner touring, and all their original members are dead. Molly Hatchet is still touring. All their original members are dead, and then got a lot of bands with like one original member. And so, and that doesn't mean that, if you only have one original member that you're not good. Yes has no original members. Although Steve Howe certainly was with them when they first achieved stardom, so he counts as a member in the eyes of a lot of people. He's the only member from their early superstar days still with them, but technically they have 0 original members. They're still good. Don't get me wrong, but it's I think a lot of times a lot of these a lot of names of classic rock bands do end up getting dragged through the mud in their later years. Like Michael Clark, for example, the drummer of the Byrds, was touring with his own band, calling it the Byrds. And, even after he died in 1993, that band kept touring even without him, with no original members. And finally, David Crosby had enough. He bought the name from Michael Clark's estate and retired it. And yeah, Michael Clark, by the way, there's a really chilling letter from him. He died from alcoholism when he was only 47. He died of liver failure and after 33 years of alcohol abuse. And he has this a letter on the internet, which is his warning to kids about the danger of alcohol. And I hope it's reached a lot of kids and that they've heeded his warning. But yeah, I like Led Zeppelin. I never quite dug their lyrics. I never understood what they were about. I later heard that Robert Plant was influenced by Welsh mythology. And I know nothing about Welsh mythology, although I do have some Welsh ancestry on my dad's side.
And some Scottish.
Yeah, we also
And a little Northern Irish.
yeah we have distant Northern Irish, Welsh, and Scottish ancestry, and then very heavy English and Irish ancestry on our dad's side. That's true.
So some strong roots in Ireland and the UK,
So,
especially in England.
and Liam and I, one of these years we want to go over to Europe and visit a lot of the places where our ancestors came from, and especially, we also have quite a bit of Dutch and Belgian ancestry on both our mom's and our dad's side as the two teams return to the field here. But you probably noticed a lot of Dutch and Belgian names start with a van, which means from, and a lot of times the next name is like a town or city or village. So we want to go to, since we have a lot of ancestors who had a last name that started with a van, we want to go to a lot of the places mentioned in their names. And when I learned that that's what van means in front of a Dutch or Belgian name, I actually looked up to see if there's a town called Halen, because the band Van Halen, and yeah, that there is a small town called Halen, or Holland as they pronounce it, in Belgium, which presumably is where Eddie and Alex's ancestors came from. So now both teams now Greenwood starting to warm up, Plainfield standing on the sideline, and now people coming back into the press box. And so far we've got a few dozen Greenwood fans back in the bleachers here. Nobody in the visiting bleachers right now. Or one good thing about this delay is just maybe we'll be able to get some final scores for you in some of these other games of interest, especially from around Hendricks County and the Mid-State Conference. I'll tell you, I really miss Doug Edens. Now, I hope he'll come back and join us for some more games. I always enjoyed his halftime features where he just reviewed what all the Hendricks County and Mid-State Conference teams were up to. So for those of you just joining us, we're about to end a lightning delay of about an hour, maybe an hour and 15 minutes. We had a very bad rain and lightning storm, and now, in the immortal words of Jack Torrance, when he returns to the Gold Room, sits down at the bar and talks to Lloyd, the bartender. Been away, but now I'm back. And now I go to all right. All at once, you see, a whole cluster of Quaker fans returning to the visiting bleachers across the field. I certainly hope a good number of them, will return. At least those who went home during the delay had, at least that, they saw more than half the game, and they saw the Quakers take a 14-0 lead. So now the Quakers and the Woodmen all on the field warming up now. 9:45. We're supposedly going to resume play at 9:50. Well, this is the longest. I think we've been for. I think it's been over an hour now. This is the longest lightning delay that I have ever talked through. So, because I went off the air for a while for that Mooresville game, a couple of well, that was 2019. Hard to believe that's 9 years ago now. So, players, the Quakers now doing jumping jacks. They look fired up. You know, they knew that they were starting to get their acts together when the game was delayed. Still not a lot of. I think we got about 20. I know now. Well, Quakers fans are now filing in at a. They're now filing in at a pretty good pace. So it looks like we'll get at least a few dozen fans back there. So hopefully we'll have good weather the rest of the way and not have to come back tomorrow. And I'll tell you, one thing, it's so much more pleasant for me to drive home after a win than it is after a loss. And, a lot of people, I don't think a lot of people in general, especially younger people, realize that Dick Vitale is a former coach. He served as head coach for the University of Detroit for I think 4 or 5 years, and then he lasted 1 season and 12 games as the head coach of the Detroit Pistons. And he was fired 12 games into the 1979-1980 season. And he fully intended to remain in coaching after that firing. And ESPN, who had just started at the time he got fired, and they offered him a job as a commentator, and he did not want to do it, but his wife asked him to at least try it, and he did. And he just considered it a filler until he got his next coaching job. And at first, I've never heard any of his super early commentary, but I heard he wasn't that good at first. But then he became good at it, and by 1983, he had become a commentary star. And I guess he's still going now. Okay, we're back to action here. Hopefully I'll have time to finish that story later. But thanks for bearing with us. Football is back. So now, Greenwood, 3rd and 5 at their own 46, trailing 14-0. Now the clock starts running. 7:18 to go and counting. And now Rupert on a keeper, and he's brought down short of the first down. It's going to be 4th and short. Rupert has been the go-to guy for the Woodmen, and I imagine they will go for it. They went for it, inside their own 30 earlier in the game, and fortunately for them, Plainfield did not capitalize. So 2-yard pickup there by Rupert, or a 3-yard, excuse me. They're going for it on 4th and 2. Rupert takes it again. And I think they're going to give him forward progress out to the first down. Let's see here. It's going to be close, but I think he did get it. They might do a measurement. It looked to me like he had it, but they have not signaled yet. So I think they're going to do another measurement. Looked to me like he would get it with forward progress, but so they're doing the measurement now. No, he didn't get it. So now the Quakers will take over, I believe, at their own 49 with a 14-0 lead, and a score here will put them in the driver's seat. Even a field goal would make it a 3-possession game that would be very hard for Greenwood to overcome. So, normally I'm not super crazy about getting games over with early, but tonight I really hope we do. I hope we'll put this away early and just be able to get home. So now 2 receivers to their left, one to the right. Sabank in center gives it to, and he's got the Starnes past the 35, past the 30, past the 25. So a gain of about 27 yards by Starnes. So Plainfield's momentum clearly was not stifled by the hour or so rain delay. Starnes picks up 27 there. I now have him made for 57. Also got a touchdown, the first of the 2 scores of the game. So now 2 receivers to the left, one to the right. Starnes and Wayrich in the backfield. Sabank in shotgun, 1st and 10 for the Quakers at the Greenwood 49. Gives it to Starnes again. Got room past the 20, 15, 10. And now he's out of bounds around the 5. So Starnes all of a sudden starting to take over this game. So we're going to have it 1st and goal. 6:07 to go. Luke Starnes should be across the 1,000-yard mark by next week as they credit for 18 there. 9 for 75 and a touchdown now. He and Wayrich with 9 touchdowns each on the season. 1st and goal at the 6. Now handoff to Starnes, and he gets into the end zone for the touchdown. And the Quakers now are in firm control of this game, 20-0 with the conversion pending. Starnes 10 for 81 and a touchdown by my count. His 2nd touchdown of the game, 10th of the season. Coming with 5:55 to go here in the 2nd quarter. Hayab on the extra point. Looks like we've got about 50 Plainfield fans still remaining in the visiting bleachers, and now the kickoff. The extra point is up and good. So now Greenwood in big trouble. They've rushed the ball well. Passed sparingly. I only have Rupert throwing 6 passes, completing 3 for 4 yards. Looks like we have maybe 100 Greenwood fans in the bleachers. Now we could have more file in as they realize the game has resumed. So things starting to look better for the Quakers. They failed to score in their first 3 possessions, but now they scored on their last 3. 2 touchdowns by Starnes, 1 by Wayrich. So let's do it, boys. At this point, I'm not a big fan of running clocks. That'd be great if we just got 2 more touchdowns, took a 35-point lead, and put this into a running clock so we could just go home. But we shall see. So now the kickoff. So now the kickoff. And it doesn't look quite as deep. It's fielded at the 10, right up to the 15, 20. And now Jones looking around. He's, clearly feeling the sense of urgency. He switched directions 3 or 4 times, got up to about the 22. So Greenwood will be taking over with 5:45 to go, taking over on offense, trailing 21-0. Well, Plainfield, in 12 possessions in their last 2 games, 12 full possessions with the starters, they scored touchdowns on 10 of them. All rushing touchdowns by either Starnes or Wayrich. So first and 10 at the 22 now. One receiver at each side. Rupert, and he takes it up himself. He gets about 3, and I'll tell you, I think at this point we're just going to let Rupert have all the short gains that that he goes for, as long as we keep him in bounds. I mean, even if they because if they take that approach, even if they score, they're likely to take several minutes to do so, and they have less than a quarter and a half now to make up 3 touchdowns. So 2nd and 8 now at the 24. Snap, handoff now, and he gets up for about 3 or 4. I believe that was Jones there. Jones had some really good runs early on, including a 25-yarder on the first possession. So they give Jones credit. 3, making it 3rd and 5 now. 4:37 to go and counting in the 3rd quarter. Plainfield 21, Greenwood 0. I almost said Greenfield again. That's Greenwood. So 1 receiver at each side now. Davian Jones, the running back. Rupert in shotgun. Takes it. Keeper takes it straight up the middle, and he's got the first and maybe 1 or 2 more. Rupert's closing in on 100 yards. He's give him credit for 7 there. I have him 22 for 92. He's averaging about 4.5 a carry, but the Woodmen are likely going to need some really big plays, and I think right now Plainfield is just going to try to take away the big play. I mean, if Rupert keeps on rushing, averaging 4 or 5, yards a carry, they're going to consume way too much time to come back and make up 3 touchdowns. And now, that was I believe it was Scaramezzo. Yes, that's Scaramazzo there. Gets about so he gets 7 there. I have him 8 for 28. 3:33 to go here in the 3rd quarter in this lightning delayed game. Plainfield leading 21-0. And now he's got the first down. Rupert on the keeper. He faked the handoff to Scaramazzo and then got the first down and maybe a yard more. So they haven't moved the chains yet, though. So I don't know what they're waiting on. .247 to go and counting in the 3rd quarter. We had our lightning delay for about an hour, maybe an hour and 10 or 15 minutes here. But we're back to action now. Plainfield trying to improve to 5-0 and maintain their number 1 ranking. So now Rupert again. Scott's room on the right side, and he's turns the corner, and he's past the 30, and he knocked out of bounds after a gain of about 20 yards there. I believe that's his longest of the game, and it puts him over the 100 mark. I'm not sure where he went out of bounds. I couldn't tell from my vantage point. 18, okay. So I have him 24 for 113, 2:24 to go now in the 3rd quarter. Greenwood 1st and 10 at the Plainfield 38. And now Rupert again. But it's 8 fumbles, and we got it. Yes. I think Rupert maybe was just trying to do too much himself. I understand it's an urgent situation down 21, and we got a late flag. It was well after the recovery, so I assume it will not affect the result. That will not affect the fumble recovery. But let's see. unsportsmanlike conduct against Plainfield. So apparently somebody said or did something that one of the officials didn't like. I know there's got to be some kind of unsportsmanlike conduct rule, but let's face it, it is, often, unsportsmanlike conduct calls like technical fouls in basketball can be very subjective. So anyway, Plainfield now taking over at the at their own 25. 2:18 to go in the third quarter. Quakers lead 21-0. So now basically it's ours to lose now. If we go down and get a touchdown here, then basically it's about over. And even without a score here, Greenwood's margin of error is now down to just about 0. The Woodmen did a great job hanging tough. I mean, it was a one possession game for well into the second half. This program's come a long way in 2 years under head coach Justin Bozer. He's done a great job, transforming the offense. Still got to build a defense. So now, keeper there on a fake handoff to Wayrich. Sabonk's first rush went for 44 yards. His second one brought down around, actually, loss of 2. It's a 2nd and 12. Now, if we go 3 and out here, it's not a huge deal, but, I really would like to get another score and just, so that we would have 4 consecutive possessions of the starters scoring a touchdown. So one receiver to each side, 2 running backs. We got a flag here. Offsides against Greenwood, so we got 5 yards there. So 2nd and 12 becomes 2nd and 7. Keeping on, one thing that's important to remember is that Greenwood, I believe, it has the smallest enrollment in the Mid-State Conference. I'll hold that thought. So one receiver to each side, 2 running backs. Now Sabonk in shotgun. Hands off again, and he's up there for about, that's Wayrich again. I'm sorry, Starnes. That's Starnes again. Gets up the middle for about 3 or so. Oh, no gain. I thought he got a couple at least. So 3rd and 7 now. And if Plainfield gets a first down here, then they can easily, they can easily keep this possession well into the 4th quarter. So now 2 receivers on the right. Hand off there to Starnes, and he's got the first down and more past the 45 up to about the 40. About gain of about 12 for Luke Starnes. He's closing in on 100. Okay. I have him 12 of 93 and 2 touchdowns now. He has 10 on the season now. So, the Quakers have it 1st and 10 at their own 40. 45 seconds to go in the 3rd quarter. They lead 21-0. About to move to 5-0 for the 2nd consecutive season. Likely to stay at number 1 in Class 5A. And now, they got a fumble, though. They got a fumble, and it's a loose ball. And I think we got it after for a loss of about 9 yards. We got a now flag after the play. So the Quakers did recover. So it'll be 2nd and about 18 or so after that fumble. We could be dealing with a wet ball. Because Greenwood, obviously they already lost a fumble here since the lightning delay ended. So now we got another personal foul, so backing up another 15 yards after the loss from the fumble. Well, it has not been a pristine game for the Quakers. It got off to a shaky start, but they never trailed, and they kept on plucking away until things started to work, and then they pulled out to a comfortable lead, and looks like they will get a comfortable win here. Even though this possession is not going very well, it's going to be second and I think 30 some, following the approximately 8 or 9 yard loss on the first and 34. Yeah, first and 34 now.
2nd and 34.
Second and 34, excuse me. But we can run there's 24 seconds left in the third quarter. We can run this possession well, and now a rush. So Wayrich that time only got a few, and that will bring us to the end of the quarter. So your Plainfield Quakers, 12 minutes away from 5-0. Your score after 3 quarters of play here at Greenwood. Your Plainfield Quakers 21, the Greenwood Woodman 0. We'll be back with the conclusion after these words from our sponsors on audiosportsonline.com. This broadcast of Plainfield Quakers football here on audiosportsonline.com is made possible by the generous donations of our sponsors. We would like to recognize them, and we hope you will support them. They are Remax Centerstone Julia Berberich, Gunnell Financial, Crone Family Construction, my IT Indy Ryan Grimes, I-70 Wrecker Service and Garage, BGW Construction LLC, Legacy Motorsports, Crest Point Real Estate, Chris Pearson, Selwith Jones, the Stewart Home Group, and Ellison Associates. Thank you, sponsors. Your support for the student athletes of Plainfield High School is greatly appreciated. Well, back here at Greenwood, we're about to start the fourth quarter of Game 5 of the season with your number 1 ranked Plainfield Quakers leading the Greenwood Woodmen by a score of 21-0. We had a lightning delay of about an hour, but the Quakers endured and have added a touchdown to their lead since we resumed play about 15 minutes ago. And so now the Quakers, after a 1 yard rush by Weston Wayrich, 3rd and 33 at the Greenwood 17. So now this play, I would say try to gain a few yards and run some time with the clock and now so run around the right side past the 35. I passed 25, excuse me, up to about the 28. So that's a gain of about 10 or so for Luke Starnes. That will put him over 100 on the game. Obviously far short of the first down, but at least give some good yards for the punter. Give him credit for 9 there. So I have Starnes 13 for 102 and 2 touchdowns. Last week at Perry Meridian, the only game of the season in which Last week at Perry Meridian is the only game so far of the season in which he has not scored a touchdown.
97.
And now I got a punt, and I think it went out of. We got a flag, a late flag. I think the punt went out of bounds around the somewhere around the 50. I think it went off his foot the wrong way. Again, we could be dealing with a wet ball here. We've already had 2 fumbles. Each team has lost a fumble since the lightning delay. Since we resumed after the lightning delay. So this is a personal foul against Greenwood. So let's see what the result of the play is. So Greenwood will take over on their own 42 or 43.
First and 10, Woodman 43.
11:45 to go. They have 3 touchdowns to make up, not quite a quarter to do it. And they have not established much passing offense at all in this game. Plainfield, a very good passing defense, 9 interceptions already on the season after only 7 all of last season. So now they're going to throw, though. They throw deep into double coverage, and they've got a pass. Apparently, a flag for pass interference. There's a big risk throwing into double coverage, but he did draw the penalty. So that will move it into into Quaker territory. The Woodmen will have it in Quaker territory. Of course, remember, it's only a 15-yard penalty here in high school ball, not the spot foul that it is in the NFL. 11:39 to go now in the third quarter.
First and 10, Woodman at the Plainfield 42.
Plainfield now just trying to hang on for the win, and and now I think it was okay. So Rupert on a good fake. I thought Jones had it, but Rupert plowed his way up, got several yards after contact, and he's got a first down here. Rupert has over 100 yards on the ground, but again, Greenwood has just failed to finish drives. So 10 yards there for Rupert. First and 10 at the Plainfield 32. Plainfield 2 weeks ago got its first shutout in 8 years. 2 weeks ago got its first shutout in 8 years. That'd be great if they got 2 out of 2 in 3 weeks after only giving up 12 to Perry Meridian last week. And now, however, Rupert now has got some room on the right side, and he takes it for another first down or up to about the 20. So you got a better spot than I thought. I think they're going to mark it at the 18 or 19. Rupert averaging nearly 5 a carry. So one receiver to each side. Now Rupert again, and this time he breaks the tackle. He's met around the line of scrimmage, then plows his way up for 2 or 3. 28 carries tonight. 10 for Jones, 8 for Scarmazzo.
4, 7 and 6. Thomas Strange on the tackle.
2nd and 6 now for the Woodmen at the Plainfield 15. Trying to avoid the shutout here. Plainfield leading 21-0. 10:28 to go. One receiver at each side now. Rupert again. He heads over to the right. He dives forward for about 4. It's going to be 3rd and short.
Jack Aldridge on the tackle. Being a 4, 3rd and 2.
So he picks up another 4. Bringing up 3rd and 2 at the 11. So 9:48 to go in counting now. Plainfield leading 21-0. Rupert takes it straight up the middle. I think he does have the first and maybe one more. So let's see if these, and this is the 3rd time. Are they going to do another measurement? I think this would be the 3rd measurement. The clock stopped now with 9:23. Plainfield leading 21-0. Well, I'll tell you, the way I look at it, I knew this was going to be the toughest challenge of the season for our rushing defense. And I think generally we've done we've done a pretty good job containing them. You know, we haven't been able to shut down Rupert, but we have kept it from going crazy. We've kept them from finishing drives. We forced them to sustain drives for a long time, and since they likely are better than anybody who we're going to play, at least until the regional, if we get that far. And they rule at 4th and inches, by the way. So I assume Greenwood will go for this here, but so 4th and 1 now at the 10 for the Woodmen. 9:23 to go. Hold that thought. So 2 receivers to each side now. Jones, the running back. Rupert in shotgun. I have him with a whopping 31 carries now. Very, very tough kid. And now we got some movement on the line. No flag, though. Everybody gets back in position. 12 on the play clock. The snap. And now he takes it up. But we were right on top of him. I think we stopped him. Yes, we did. Oh, my God. So the Quakers still could get that shutout. So that if we get a shutout, that means we would have given up 12 points the last 3 games. It's very encouraging. And like I said, I'm encouraged that, you know, we've kept their rushing offense from totally dominating us. I mean, they've gained a lot of yards, but they've had to work for them. And we forced them to sustain drives and, you know, still stop them from getting a score. So a lot to feel good about coming out of this game. We haven't played as well tonight as we did the last 2 weeks, but we've done a lot good, especially more so as the game has gone on. So now the Quakers back in action here. Wayrich gets the ball, and he stays on his feet. He's hit, spins around, and gets up for about 7 or so. Wayrich does have the touchdown tonight, a 13-yarder, gets 8 there, but he hasn't rushed a lot tonight, so it's good that he got a solid run there. So 2nd and 2 now. It'd be great if especially after the last drive, you know, after we had we lost the 8 or 9 yards on the fumble, then had the personal foul. And then ended up punting. I'd really like us to get one more score before we. And now hands off to Wayward. Discuss room on the right side to the 35, 40, 45, 50, 45, 40, 35. And he's brought down just shy of the 30. So that's the gain there of about 40 or about 40 yards there. Yeah, 40 yards there by Wayrich. So he's padding his numbers here. I have him now 9 for 87, just under 10 a carry. So it's good to see Starnes and Wayrich after being contained in the first half with some real breakthrough gains here in the second half. 8-11 to go. And definitely, you know, after the way our last possession went, I'd like us to finish off with a score here. 8:05 to go now. Now, hand off there to Starnes. He's met at the line of scrimmage, plows his way forward, might get a couple. That's his 14th rush of the game. Yeah, hard to believe Sabank was actually our leading rusher at the half. He only had 1 after 2 there by Starnes. I have him 14 for 104. But yeah, at the half, Sabank was actually our leading rusher, 1 for 44. Wayrich and Starnes both slow starts tonight, but very strong finishes. And like I said last season, near the end of our playoff loss to Harrison, our slogan for this season should be finish strong. So now hand off there to Starnes, and he's inside the 20, and and he's got another first down. Pick up about 12 there for Starnes. First down, Plainfield at the 15. It's got a better spot than I thought. They said the 15. So, and now we've got in after a 15-yard pickup there by Luke Starnes. It'll be 1st and 10 at the 15. Okay, no, it was the 20. Yes. So Quaker is now into the red zone. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. And now he's Wayrich gets it and he takes it over on the left and he's knocked out of bounds after picking up about 5. So he very well could get 100 yards as well. I have him now 10 for. Let's see where they mark him here. 6:43 to go. The clock stops. Plainfield leading 21-0. Trying to put an exclamation mark on this one. 4 for Starnes, 2nd and 6 now at the 16 for the Quakers. They've scored on 3 of their last 4 possessions after not scoring on their first 3. So now we got Garver out to the right, another receiver to the left. And now Sabank, and he throws into the end zone, and it is broken up. And we got a late flag, though. I think it's going to be pass interference. So I guess it'll be half the distance to the goal. So let's see what the call is. I think it's pass interference. 6:36 to go. And I'll tell you, Plainfield, the last couple of games, they've been passing less. And not that they, okay, pass interference against Greenwood, as I suspected. So I guess that'll move it half the distance to the goal, which will take it up to the 8. So it'll be 1st and goal for the Quakers. Oh, they've marked it at the 10. So 2 receivers to the right now. Starnes and Wayrich still in the backfield. The snap. And now handoff there, and he's got a touchdown. That was Weston Wayrich, number 2 on the game, number 10 on the season. So then that puts him over the century mark as well. So Starnes and Wayrich contained relatively well in the early going, finishing very strong, each with 2 on the game, each with 10 on the season. The 2 lead actors. 27-0 now with the conversion pending. Well, what a dynamic duo. And the extra point is good. So, hopefully next week against Decatur Central, we won't have the slow start. We started slow the first 2 games against God, why do I keep referring to Terre Haute South as Indiana State? Terre Haute South. And then Harrison, we started slow. We had mitigating circumstances against Harrison because of, fatigue because of the 2 trips up there in 16 hours. But on the flip side, we played very well from start to finish the last 2 weeks. Tonight started slow, but are finishing strong with 4 touchdowns on our last 5 drives. And that Sabank throwing in the end zone, I think we really want to get our first passing touchdown of the season. We still don't have it yet, but we haven't thrown an interception yet either. I still keep hoping every week that this will be the week where our passing offense really where we really establish a passing offense. But, you got to do what works. And the rushing, we stuck with it, and it eventually worked. So Hayab, another deep kick, and I believe this is going to, no, not quite a touchback, fielded about the 3, right up to the 10, 15. 20, and he's hit. That was Jones hit about the 22 or 23. So the Woodmen now trying to avoid the shutout. And if they do not score and Plainfield gets 7 on their next possession, we go to a running clock. This will be Plainfield's 9th consecutive win over Greenwood and move us to 48-23 in the all-time series. Plainfield, Mooresville, and Greenwood are the only 3 teams that have been members of the Mid-State Conference for its entire history. Decatur Central was an inaugural member, then left the conference before returning. So now 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Rupert, hands off, and he's got some room over on the right side. He's past the 30. He's going to be close to the first down. He might have it. Scaramuccio there with one of his better gains of the evening. Give him credit for 8. 2nd and 2, 6 minutes and counting. So we are now 7/8 of the way done with this game. 10:27 your time of day. If you're tuning in late, we had a lightning delay for about an hour, but we're back in business now. So 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left now. Scaramuccio again. This time they're ready for him. Gets up. He might have just barely gotten enough for the first down. They've actually had, I believe, 3 measurements tonight. I think that's the most I've ever seen in one game I've commentated. Okay, so they did give him the first down. It's 5:25 to go. Plainfield leading 28-0. Now another handoff. Scaramuccio again. He gets about 4 this time. Picks up 4. I have him 11 for 42. Five minutes to go. A well-earned victory by the Quakers tonight. They didn't have to go home and come back like they did for the Harrison game, but when you have to wait this long, it's been nearly 3.5 hours since the kickoff. It feels good to finally get out of here with the win. So now Rupert with the keeper, he's got some room and finds a hole, gets up to about the 42. It's going to be close to the first down. 33 keepers tonight for the quarterback, Gavin Rupert. 3rd and 2 now. 4:19 to go and counting. Gunnar Rupert, 6'2", 191. He is a junior. Quakers fans, Woodmen fans, glad they have him back for another year, as they will for much of this offense. And now Scaramuccio again, but he tripped, and I think he fell short of the first down, though, which would bring up 4th and short. Oh, they give him a first. Wow. First down. So they move the clock now. They move the change. Excuse me. The clock now resumes ticking. 3:36 to go. Greenwood possibly down to their last possession, their last chance to avoid a shutout. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. Scaramuccio brought down around the line of scrimmage. Greenwood in their first 4 games scored 20, 41, 31, and 40. In danger of scoring 0 tonight, so certainly a very good defensive effort by the Quakers. Scaramuccio picks up 1 there, bringing up 2nd and 9, under 3 minutes to go in the game now. And now fakes the handoff. Rupert now throws deep to and now we've got it was underthrown. He was going for Jones. Bringing up 3rd and 9. Basically, we've completely shut down their passing offense. Greenwood, not an outstanding passing offense, but they've had a pretty solid passing offense on the season, though they have been more of a rushing-oriented team this year than they were last year in the debut of Coach Bozer. So 3rd and 9 now at Greenwood at their own 44, 2:42 to go. Plainfield leading 28-0. Likely to be back at number 1 next week. And now Rupert takes it around, looking for some room. He might have gained 1 or 2, knocked out of bounds. The clock now stops with 2:37 to go. 2:37, as in room 237 in The Shining, the best horror movie of all time. Gain of 1 there for Rupert. You know, I have it, and now we got now Greenwood taking a timeout here. Greenwood taking a timeout with 2:37 to go, trying to get a score here. They trail 28-0 to Plainfield. But, you know, I have a T-shirt of those 2 little girls, the 2 twin girls in The Shining who appear in the legendary hallway scene. And I'll tell you, I have gotten more reaction to any article of clothing I have ever worn, both positive and negative. I've gotten more reaction, positive and negative, to that shirt than any article of clothing I have ever worn. You know, some people love it, some people hate it. And, you know, when I first saw The Shining when I was 10, I'm 53 now. And I remember how much those girls scared me when I was a little kid. But now I've seen The Shining so many times, I view it as a comedy. I just love the movie. It's such a masterpiece in every category of filmmaking. So now 4th and 8 for the Woodmen at their own 45, 2:37 to go. Possibly their last possession of the game. If the Quakers get the ball, I would imagine they'll probably just run out the clock when they get the ball back. Greenwood did a great job, you know, keeping it a 1 possession game well into the second half. And now, nearly an interception, but it was incomplete. Hummel, the intended receiver, Brady Sabank nearly got it. He just didn't turn around in time. Nevertheless, Plainfield will take over on downs at the Greenwood 45, so we'll see what they do with it here. Yeah, we're related. We're just related to Tom Petty also. Just the song. TTY. Thomas Petty, if you look at his full name. So anyway, the Quakers take over. Let's see if we'll. Oh, I know. Yeah, so that you can find them on Family Search. So let's see. We got Ethan Ellison there to the left. I believe it's Scarberry to the right. So yeah, we still got the. Looks like we still got. Okay, no, we got a new running back in here at least. We've got Justin Meyer, a sophomore running back in there for the Quakers. Bryce Sabank still in there at quarterback. Mason Beers in there at wide receiver. He is a junior. He's played a little bit of varsity ball this year, not much. 2:33 to go. The Quakers after that penalty, 1st and 15 at the 50. Now a handoff there, and he's got some room up the middle, and he's got about 7 or 8 there. So the first varsity rush of Justin Meyer, and off to a very promising start. That's good to see, just like we had for so give him credit for 6 there. 2 minutes to go now. 2nd and 9 for the Quakers. And now a handoff again to Meyer, and he's got some room over on the left side, but he's brought down. So good coverage there by the Woodman. Got him for no gain there, 3rd and 9. There is a flag, though, so let's see what that's all about. Okay. Unsportsmanlike conduct on both teams, offsetting. So, okay, so that will negate that last play, it looks like. Well, the yard marker is saying the scoreboard says 2nd down. The marker on the sideline says 3rd. So one place says 2nd, the other says 3rd. I'm not sure what down it actually is, but anyway. So a handoff there. I believe that's Meyer again, and he's goes right, then drives forward, and he's up for a 1st down, up to about the 30. So Justin Meyer showing a lot of promise here. He's got the 1st there. So Meyer 3 for 20 in the late going, showing some promise like McCall did, on the last possession last year. 135 to go now, 1st and 10 for the Quakers at the 30. And now I think they're going to just run it out here. So I think Sabonk is just going to kneel down. He does, yes. So your Plainfield Quakers start shaky, but they never go behind, and they come alive in the second half, get the rushing game going, shut down Greenwood's passing offense, contain their rushing offense, and get out of here with a 28-0 win. There's a second shutout in 3 weeks after not having any for 8 years, and will likely remain at number 1 in the polls next week. So overall, not a great night for Plainfield, but a good night and a finish strong night. And hopefully we'll carry that finish strong mentality into the rest of the season. So your final score here tonight at Greenwood, Plainfield 28, Greenwood 0. The Quakers improved to 5-0, and the Woodmen dropped to 2-3. We'll be back with a recap and a preview to next week's showdown at home against Decatur Central after these final words from our sponsors on audiosportsonline.com. This broadcast of Plainfield Quakers football on audiosportsonline.com is brought to you by the generous donations of our sponsors. We would like to recognize them, and we hope you will support them. They are Remax Centerstone, Julia Berberich, Ganell Financial, Crone Family Construction, My IT Indy Ryan Grimes, I-70 Wrecker Service and Garage, BGW Construction LLC, Legacy Motorsports, Crest Point Real Estate, Chris Pearson Selwith Jones, the Stewart Home Group, and Ellison Associates. Thank you, sponsors. Your support of the student athletes of Plainfield High School is greatly appreciated. Well, back here at Greenwood for a final time tonight, where your Plainfield Quakers had to wait over 3.5 hours, but they finally did get the victory. They beat the Greenwood Woodmen 28-0, getting a shutout for the second time in 3 weeks after not getting any for 8 years. It was a game in which the Quakers did struggle early, made some mental mistakes, failed to capitalize on some golden opportunities. Meanwhile, Greenwood was pesky. They were scrappy. They competed very hard and was able to keep it within striking distance into the second half before Plainfield finally got its outstanding rushing attack fully on track and then cruised to the win from there. Greenwood got the ball first, turned it over on downs inside the Plainfield 40. However, Plainfield had it 3rd and 3 on their second possession, they had a fumble that resulted in a 4-yard loss. They punted. On Greenwood's ensuing possession, they had they punted, but Plainfield blocked it, recovering at the 21 of Greenwood. However, the drive ended with a missed 38-yard field goal attempt. So they squandered an opportunity to score. Then Greenwood, on their ensuing drive, made the very high-risk move of going for it on 4th down inside their own 30. It failed. However, once again, Plainfield took over inside the Greenwood 30 and failed to capitalize. This time, there was a controversial call. Luke Starnes rushed 8 yards to the Greenwood 19. I thought his knee touched the ground before the ball came out, but it was ruled a fumble and Greenwood recovered. However, that possession also ended in a punt, and then finally Plainfield started to get going. They took over at the 35. At the 36, excuse me. Bryce Sabank rushed a career-long 44 yards, setting up the first score of the game, a 2-yard touchdown rush by Luke Starnes. Leo Hayab was good on the extra point, making it 7-0. Greenwood then on its ensuing possession moved the ball very well, but they took a lot of time to do it. They spent over 7 minutes, and finally, with 26.1 seconds to go in the half, missed a 31-yard field goal attempt, and Plainfield ran out the rest of the half. Then then Plainfield got the ball first to start the second half, and finally their offense moved the way it had for most of the season. It only took 1 minute to take the first 2 possession lead of the game. It was a 13-yard touchdown rush by Weston Wayrich. Hayab was good on the extra point, making it 14-0. Then on Greenwood's ensuing possession, we had a lightning delay that lasted about an hour and 15 minutes. And on one of the first plays after the drive, after returning, possibly dealing with a wet ball, Greenwood lost a fumble, and then Plainfield quickly struck back, scoring on a 6-yard touchdown rush by Luke Starnes with 5:55 to go in the quarter. And Hayab's extra point made it 21-0, and finally with 6:32 to go in the game, Wayrich scored on a 1-yard rush, bringing us to our final score of 28-0. Look at the individual statistics. First of all, for Plainfield, Bryce Sabank. Not much to report for the passing offense tonight. He completed 1 of 2 passes for -1 yards. Weston Wayrich had the reception for -1 yards. As usual, the Quakers did a vast majority of their damage on the ground. In fact, all of it tonight, since they had negative passing yards. Weston Wayrich and Luke Starnes, the 2 lead actors, both over 100 yards tonight, both 2 touchdowns tonight, bringing them to 10 on the season. Wayrich, 11 rushes for 101 yards and 2 touchdowns. Starnes, 15 rushes for 114 yards and 2 touchdowns. Bryce Sabank, 4 rushes for 40 yards. And Justin Meyer coming off the bench late in the game, 3 for 20 yards, showing some promise there, like McCall did last week. For Greenwood, Gunnar Rupert completed only 3 of 8 passes for 4 yards. Davian Jones had 1 reception for 4 yards. Jeremiah Carter, 1 for 3. Benjamin Hommel, 1 for -3. On the ground, the Woodmen had quite a bit of success, but they failed to sustain drives. Gavin Rupert, 34 rushes for 148 yards. Davian Jones, 10 for 54, and Anthony Scarmazzo, 13 for 45. So in conclusion, this is a game in which Greenwood clearly was the underdog going in. You know, they're a young team. Their offense is very sophomore and junior dominated. Last year when Coach Bozer took over, it was a senior dominated offense. They did very well, but obviously had to replace, almost everybody. And all things considered, they're doing well. But Plainfield completely shut down their passing tonight. Like I said, only 4 net passing yards for the Woodmen. And then we contained their passing offense. By my count, they did get 247 rushing yards, which is good, but they didn't have a lot of long gains. We let them have the 5, 6, 7 yard gains, kept them in bounds, kept the clock running, forced them to sustain drives, and they just didn't finish drives. And, after we overcame those 2 squandered opportunities where we took over inside, we took over our second and third possessions inside the Greenwood 30, came away with no points. We could get away with that tonight. We won't be able to get away with that every week. That's one thing we have to address in practice. But once we settled down, and I think it helped because we never let them have the lead. We never had the pressure of playing from behind, which is an uncomfortable position to be in when you're an almost exclusively rushing team, as Plainfield has become. Only 2 passes tonight, our lowest of the season. So our rush pass ratio is now probably 5.5, 6 to 1. I'll have to calculate it. But yeah, it surely dropped well under 5 to 1 tonight, or over 5 to 1, excuse me. So, our rush pass ratio is knocking on the door of Whiteland level now. But that's the sign of a good coach. When you can win with a wide variety of offenses, you just always have to be willing and able to adapt to whatever your personnel is at the time. So, because we didn't play from behind, we still, we never panicked. I think we got a little frustrated because, like I said, the last 2 weeks we scored on 10 of our 12 full possessions with the starters. Tonight we failed to score on, on our first 3 possessions, and I think we got frustrated. I think when you score easily for a while and then you don't, all of a sudden you struggle to score, you get frustrated. But we kept our composure, and then once we did it, we were on track. We scored on 4 of our last 5 full possessions. The one we didn't score, we had the mitigating circumstances of, we lost 8 yards to start off the drive on that fumble, and then we had the 15-yard penalty on top of that. I'm sorry, we lost 9 yards of the fumble, then had 15 yards. So it was 2nd and 34. So, obviously, it's a reminder that, you got to cut down on penalties, but still, overall, I'd give us a B for this game. Give us a C+ for the first half, A- for the second half, rounds out to a B. And I'll tell you, I feel when I looked at Greenwood's rushing statistics, I knew this was going to be by far the biggest challenge for our rushing defense all season. And, most likely, based on the numbers that I've seen, it looks like Greenwood is going to be the best rushing offense we're going to play against in the regular season, even better than Decatur Central or Whiteland, believe it or not. That's the way it looks to me based on, what the statistics that I've studied. And so likely this will, we'd have to go probably at least to the regional to play a team with this good a rushing offense. So basically, we didn't shut them down, but we contained them enough to take away the big play and, force them to sustain long drives. It also helped that they had a lot of bad starting field position today. So good job to our kicking and punting units. And so, we did what we needed to do to win. The 2 squandered opportunities, leaving 14 points on the field in the first half, that does leave a bad taste in my mouth because, we could get away with it against Greenwood. We probably can't get away with it against Decatur Central or Whiteland, and then a lot of the teams we would play in the playoffs. So that's something to polish. We weren't quite as good tonight as, we were the last 2 weeks, but we were good enough that we got our second shutout in 3 weeks. So overall, a good performance, one to build on, and, still 6 weeks to tune up for the playoffs. We got 4 more regular season games than the week off, and then we start the playoffs 6 weeks from tonight. So anyway, a good game with a lot of positives, especially starting late in the first half and then almost all of the second half. And, we just got to keep on improving week to week. And again, I'm glad we finally got a tough test for our rushing defense. And next week, however, we'll be back to a big challenge for our pass. This week we got a big challenge for our rushing defense, and I'm glad we finally got our first challenge for our rushing defense this season. But next week we're going to be back to a big challenge for our passing defense. Our last great quarterback that we played against was all the way back in the opener, Brady Wilson, that superstar there not at Indiana State. Although he might be good enough to go play for Indiana State across town, but he's a senior for Terre Haute South now. And so anyway, next week we play our arch rival Decatur Central. 2 years ago we broke a 13-game losing streak to them. From 2013 to 2021, they beat us 13 consecutive times, 9 in the regular season, 4 in the playoffs. And then we beat them twice in 2022. We beat them 34-32 in the regular season in overtime on a dropped pass and a 2-point conversion attempt. Then we beat them in the sectional championship game 13-10 on a 19-yard pass from Hunter Newell to Noah Hessung with 1.3 seconds to go. That gave us the sectional championship in Coach Woodard's farewell season. And last year, however, our dream season began unraveling at Decatur Central. We were 5-0 and ranked number 4th. We led Decatur Central 23-7 in the third quarter before everything that could go wrong for us did. Decatur Central scored the last 17 points of the game and won 26-23, and that dramatic turn of events pointed to the direction that each team would go from there. Plainfield lost 3 of its last 4 games, culminating with that very painful 39-13 loss to Harrison in the first round of the playoffs, while Decatur Central did not lose again until they got to the Class 5A state championship game, where they lost 33-6 to Fort Wayne Snyder. And this year, Decatur Central's off to a disappointing 1-2 start. They opened the season ranked number 1 in the AP poll. We opened ranked 9th, and now we've switched places. Now we're ranked number 1. Decatur Central's ranked 9th. And Decatur Central lost its opener 41-15 to Columbus North, although it should be noted that the Bulldogs are now 4-0 and ranked number 7 in Class 6A. In week 2, Decatur Central played New Palestine, who's now 3-0 and ranked number 1 in Class 4A. That game was canceled at halftime with the score tied 21-21. Then in week 3, Decatur Central beat Whiteland 42-29, but then last week lost 39-38 to Martinsville, who's currently 4-0 and ranked 4th in Class 5A. Decatur Central is led by quarterback Bo Polston, who's only a junior, but he's already committed to a Division I school, the University of Toledo, the Rockets. He's off to a great start through his first 3 games. Well, really 4, because they count the statistics for the game that was canceled at the half. So he's completed 39 of 57 passes. That's 68.4% for 614 yards, 7 touchdowns, and no interceptions. His leading receiver is junior Kashmir Hicks with 14 receptions for 288 yards and 3 touchdowns, followed by junior Carson Eisen with 11 touchdowns for 111 receptions for 154 yards and 2 touchdowns, and senior Napo Dodo with 6 receptions for 105 yards and 2 touchdowns. First name spelled N''P''O. That's Napo Dodo. On the ground, Dodo leads the Hawks with 28 rushes for 163 yards and 2 touchdowns. So, Decatur Central, obviously more of a passing team, a formidable rushing offense, but after containing this one tonight, I'm confident we can contain them next week too. And even though Brady Wilson did throw for 365 yards against us in the opener, our 31-27 win over Terre Haute South, it should be noted that he had to work hard for it, and we also intercepted him 3 times. So I don't think we're going to shut down Bo Polston, but if we make him play from behind, he could compile a lot of yards, but still not be able to do enough to get past us. If our rushing offense plays all game next week the way it did for about the last 2.5 quarters tonight, Decatur Central's better defensively than Greenwood is, but I don't think Decatur Central is going to be able to shut us down. As long as we can, keep scoring, on at least 3 out of every 4 possessions, and we first post and throw a lot, play from behind, and we're geared to take away the big play, we're going to have a good shot to get out of there with the win. They're probably going to be our toughest opponent next year. I'm hopeful that they're not quite as good as usual this year. Last year, after the 2-2 start, we thought they weren't going to be as good, but then they ended up running off 9 consecutive wins after that and going all the way to the Class 5A state championship game. So, we got to be prepared for them. If we play our A game, I think we'll win, but I think we're going to have to play our A game. Today we played our B game. It was good enough against Greenwood. I think we're probably going to have to play our A game to beat Decatur Central. So anyway, we always, believe me, there's never any lack of motivation against our kids when we play Decatur Central. We have such a long history with them. They've tormented us so much. So our kids are going to be in there fired up, and they're going to want to. Decatur Central is going to be fired up to play us, because a lot of those kids on that team, were on our team. A lot of their kids who play for them now were, with them 2 years ago when we broke their hearts, stuck a dagger through their hearts in that sectional championship game. So, it's going to be each team's going to be, running and gunning for each other. Each team's got a target on its back that the other team's going to try to hit. So we just got to go out there and try to keep on getting better. Keep on showing the kind of improvement that we've generally shown week to week all season, and be ready to just contain them and make sure that our offense is running on all cylinders and that we take control of the game early, make them play from behind, and just be geared to take away the big play. And, if we can contain their passing offense tonight, as well as we contain their rush, as well as we contained Greenwood's rushing, if we can contain Decatur Central's passing offense next week, as well as we contained Greenwood's rushing offense tonight, that's really going to play into our favor. So we'll be ready. Just, the only question is, how well we execute. If we, we just got to avoid mental mistakes, unnecessary penalties, and not leave any points on the field. So once again, your final score here tonight at Greenwood in this lightning delayed game: Plainfield 28, Greenwood 0. The Quakers improved to 5-0. They get their second shutout in 3 weeks after not getting any for 8 years. And they are likely to retain their number 1 ranking next week. Meanwhile, Greenwood drops to 2-3. Well, this concludes our broadcast. As always, thank you so much for joining me, and especially thanks to all of you who hung with me through that lightning delay. And I cordially invite you to join me again 1 week from tonight at 6:40 p.m. for the pregame show as your Plainfield Quakers challenge the super arch rival Decatur Central Hawks. Until then, for audiosportsonline.com, this is Lex Zorn reminding you there is a difference only you can make. You're right. Yeah, that was.
Wow, 4 hours and 19 minutes.
Yep. It's like I said, I've been on the air at once for one game.
And it was in part because of the lightning delay.
It was, yeah. Well, I'm just glad they got the thing played tonight.
Ooh. The Friday night lights went out.
Yes,
Oh,
they
look,
did.
the moon's up there now. Typically, when the moon is like at the center up, like straight up, it's midnight.
Yep.
You know where I in part learned that from?
Where?
Minecraft.
Oh, good.
Like when the moon is like literally right over you. You know what I mean? Right over you. Like,
Oh, yeah.
Like straight above you.
You're right. Yeah, I do know what you mean.
Yeah, it's 11 o'clock.
Oh, yeah, I ought to mention that in the next broadcast.
You tried to kill me. You tried to kill me. I tried that your head would be splattered all over this field. Career performance by Andy Robinson as the killer.
Oh, God, yeah. Yeah. Be careful.